Good morning, everybody. I think I got everything set. I think we're live. If you can hear me and if I sound all right, I know you veterans know the routine. If you don't mind hitting that number 1. And if I sound okay, I look okay. Well, I know I look okay, but you know what I mean. If the audio is... I was just actually looking at Austin's day. Yeah. Struggle. Okay, a couple of flip days looks like. Okay, nice. There's a past account flip day. There's another flip day. No trades in that one. Oh, you got the 150K pro, huh? Nice. Good job keeping the other pro managed. Well done. All right, let's see. Good morning, Kyle, Martin, Jeff, Austin. Did I say Martin already? I did. Cyrus, Brett, Jim. Good to have everybody here. And yeah, we're going to hopefully have a good time. Well, I thought this was maybe getting a little top heavy here, but up it went. So not now. One of these days it's starting to... Wait a second. Why do I have... All right, wait, just discovered something. Okay, that's ES. That one... Okay, that one can go. Sorry, I just noticed that I have... From your layout. Yeah, that's okay. Somehow I double... Yeah, I double click something and... All right, now that should actually... There we go. All right, all makes sense with the world. All right, reminder, if you've been here before and you know you're going to enjoy, please hit that like button. If you're brand new, never been here, welcome. It's great to have you. No need to hit the like button. I totally understand. You have no idea if you're going to find any value here. But like I said, if you know you are, friendly reminder to hit that like button. And let's see how this goes. Well, right now, we are in a... fresh breakout. I was thinking maybe this thing was wanting to potentially roll, not necessarily crash, but roll over more than what it actually did. But nope, it don't care. It's gonna grind higher and higher for now. So for me at least at this moment, one of those situations where do I really want to short here? Probably not. This thing seems to have some good strength. Do I really want to go long here though? And that feels almost like a FOMO chase. So kind of an SOH moment right now. SOH. For sit on hands. Now I'm happy to report I do have the new mouse. Well, I dug up an old mouse that I had away in storage. The new mouse that I bought was such a loud clicker. Like you would click and I needed basically earplugs. So I'm going to send that one back. But I did dig out an old mouse that I had. This morning I was like army crawling through this like little crawl space area we have trying to dig through. It was a disaster, but I found it. Mission accomplished. But long story short, I do have the mouse. So now when I draw my lines, they're going to be nice and crisp. This doesn't mean anything if you're not aware of the mouse issues, but long story short, the mouse issue has indeed been taken care of. All right, let's see. Keep an eye on that as a potential support area. 1 star loud, yeah, exactly. 1 star loud, half star loud clicks. Those are pretty annoying pretty quickly. Let's make sure that this is all. How's everybody's days here going? Zach, hey, how you doing? So how are your guys' days going? Green, red, no trades. Good, bad, great, terrible, blown accounts, still have accounts. All right, a little bit of a pullback here. I would be interested to potentially go long at that yellow line down there. Green and done for the day. Nice job, Kevin. Unless a juicy setup shows up. Goes without saying using... Finally got... Oh, nice, Zach. And thank you. Appreciate you using code Clay. When do you get the account? Very red to start and almost back to green. All right, Jim, good job. Apple Trader made a great call in our private community this morning called, what was the bull pennant? I think you called out this one. Yeah. Apple Trader called out this bull pennant in our private community earlier. Absolutely beautiful breakout from there. So again, good call, Jim, on that one. 3 days ago. Oh, nice. Now, is this your first time trading future? Oh, wow. Zach takes the #1 crown. Day is good. Account is red for the day, but still young. All right, yep. Good morning. Hey, Ryan. $720. Nice job on your arm. Do you mind hearing what you do differently than how you trade? Well, I mean, I'm trading something differently. In the morning session, I like to trade my NQ. So this account or this number, this is the same account. This just represents my NQ trades. So those are NQ trades, and right there are my MNQ trades. So if you're not familiar with futures, MNQs, they just move a little slower. A little slower, meaning in the P&L category right there. So the charts are essentially the exact same. It's just the P&L, the NQ is much more volatile. But I mean, if you're curious how I trade, I mean, I can show you that. I mean, it's a fair question. But I have an entire playlist here on my site. So if you go to the blog and then you go to live trade, I mean, these are, because sometimes I'll record my my morning session. So that's what all these will show you. So if you kind of want to see, that'll give you an idea. Who asked that? Ryan. All right, still waiting to see if this wants to pull back to that yellow line. Then if it does it want to show me some strength? Does it want to show like maybe the bulls are stepping back in? And if so, I could very well be interested. Jimbo. You just changed your name again? Jim. He's trying to get banned. Now he's changing screen names on me. This is unbelievable. Again, if you're just getting logged on, I'm currently waiting to see if it wants to pull back, it being the price, to this yellow line, and then we'll see how it wants to behave. So we are getting a pullback here. This is why I got, well, in hindsight, yeah, I should have totally shorted up there, right? Shoulda, coulda, woulda. But like I said, I also mentioned, yeah, I'm not sure that's an area you want to go long either. And I'm glad I didn't go long. I don't know. Maybe I'm being a little too greedy. Want it to come all the way down to that yellow line. We'll see what happens, though. But yeah, hopefully everybody, do you have a day trading stocks? Cyrus, no. I used to day trade stocks, but in the category of day trading, Cyrus, stocks truly are garbage compared to futures on all fronts. Especially when then you factor in prop firms, and when you look at prop firms through more of the lens of risk management and risk control and capital efficiency, day trading stocks mathematically makes no sense. So like I said, that's not like some emotional opinion because, oh, well, I was getting killed. No. It just doesn't make any mathematical sense. Futures themselves move way better than stocks anyways. Futures give a lot of benefits over stocks already. But then once you throw in the whole prop firm aspect, again, and then you look at the prop firm aspect through more so the lens of risk management, yeah, it literally, mathematically speaking, does not make any sense to day trade stocks. I've done it, a few times. People show up and they're like, "Oh, I just crushed it," and then we do some math, and these people are using like $15,000 to make maybe $800. Which again, $800, fantastic, good job. But using $15,000 of their own money, or it's leverage money, and they're at risk of potentially losing thousands, and then you look at prop firms, and it's like, you could have made $800 for much less of a move, and yet only had a couple $100 at most at risk. Respect chairs. Hey, respect chairs. Thinking about taking long on MES bouncing. All right. So respect is on the MES here. We're looking on the MNQ. Cryptic Gaming, new to futures. If I'm understanding correctly, this MNQ price $23,000. Yes, but it does not cost anywhere close to $23,000. The nice thing with the prop firms is it makes the math very easy in terms of, well, how much does the futures contract cost? So for example, if you just do what you see at the top of the screen with the 50K purchasing power, so all you need, what it would quote unquote cost you would be $102. And then it tells you if you want the very volatile contracts per trade, you could get up to 6 of those. And then of the lesser volatile contracts, you could get up to 60 of those. So that's the math. For $102, it would, that gets you per trade up to 6 of the volatile contracts or 60 of the other ones. So that's the other nice thing about prop firms is they just make the math so easy. Because that was something that I was like, well, I don't, all right, because it's not, there's a little difference between the point system and futures. So like how much does it actually cost to buy a contract? But like I said, the prop firms, it's just right there. It tells you right away. And another nice thing that I don't know if it pertains to you, Cyrus, but to anybody, if you're annoyed by that pattern day trading rule, and you hate being limited to 3 day trades every 5 days, in the world of futures, there's no pattern day trading rule. Therefore, every single day you have unlimited day trades. I'll say that again because it's a mind-blowing thing for the people. It means more if you've been struggling under the pattern day trader rule, but you have unlimited day trades every single day. And maybe some of you just started off with futures, but yes, believe it or not, in the world of stocks and options, unless you have $25,000, there is a good old government regulation that says, hey, if you have less than $25,000, you only get 3 day trades every 5 days. Think about that. 3, and a day trade being defined as you buy and sell in the same day. You're only allowed to do that 3 times every 5 days. An insane regulation, but that regulation does not exist in futures. And that was something, that's why I'm so passionate about Pam's plant. Real quick, this is just Pam's plant right here, which is just the argument of why in the category of day trading futures through a prop firm is the most efficient way to go about day trading. Again, Pam's is the argument for why you should day trade futures, and up there, the number one reason, no pattern day trade rule. And then plant is the reason and the power of the prop firm itself. So whenever you hear me talk about Pam's plant, that is what I am referring to. And it's just like I said, it's an undefeated argument because it's just math, and the math, it just makes a whole lot of sense. Hey, Spider Lily, been a while. Hi, how are you? Good to see you back. Yeah, good to see you. And they will close your account and block you. Yeah, then yes, exactly. I think everybody, I remember getting, the PDT restrictions and I violating the pattern day trader rule. And then, they block, I think, what was it? Like a 90-day block. I don't remember. This was years ago. But I do remember, as somebody back in college starting off, I didn't have $25,000. So to have to deal with the penny stuff, it's so unnecessary. To try to be as fair as possible, and I'll be as gracious as possible, and try to just concede the government has good intentions. Well, we don't want people to, we want to guard people's money or whatever. Yeah, but then you force people into these bad stocks because people are trading penny stocks and small caps, low floats because, well, what's the quickest way I can grow 5,000 and 25,000? Well, let me just try to find some short squeezes and stuff like that. And they're throwing themselves or holding overnight, and it's just an absolute train wreck. They're getting stuck in halts, and it's like... But yes, I wish I knew more about the history of the pattern day trader rule. I think I went into effect in 2001 or something. And I want to say, hopefully it one day goes away, but I don't know. It's been like 25 years, so maybe it's going to be stuck there. But anyways, yes, that is the biggest thing is there's no pattern day trader rule. Now, I do realize that in crypto, well, there's no pattern day trader rule in crypto. Yeah, but I'm telling you, futures move way better than crypto. The chart pattern, everything, it just from a movement standpoint, futures way better. And then once you have the prop firms, just the risk management component of it makes a whole lot of sense. I think it's a permaban. Oh, really? So if you violate those pattern day trading rules, that you're just done? Interesting. Hey, Lawafo, good to see you. Well, again, bummer. If you were here, then you knew that I was waiting for this, looking for a bull flag to come down. Bull pennant, whatever you want to call it. But my ideal entry point was that yellow line. So in hindsight, I guess I got a little too greedy because it came down, it did not go where I wanted, and boop, back up it went. So for anybody that did not have that as a requirement, was like, no, Clay, I'm going to go ahead and agree to disagree. I'm happy getting in right there on the pullback. You were right, I was wrong. So well played on your part. Hey, Brian, good morning. Did anybody buy this pullback? Oh, there's Babu. I remember him. Babu, partial troll, I'm still trying to figure out Babu. After 4 months, I'm still trying to figure out Babu. Volume looks to be drying up. I mean, kinda. But at the same time, respect shares, I don't know if volume really matters that much in futures. Now, if you're like a hedge fund and you're trying to like unload 150 contracts, okay, maybe you care more about volume. But for mere peasants like myself, you know, if I'm just trying to unload, I don't know, a few contracts, I'm not really too worried. Judd has nothing. Well, having nothing is having something. We'll take that as you just being extra patient. Matt Man, good morning. Did I miss somebody? I guess Melissa didn't say hello, but Melissa, good morning. Zach added one, and Zach is still number one with the crown. So everybody needs to show Zach respect. He is the king around here at this point. Yeah, Judd, how did you not buy the dip? Right there is your dip, Judd. What are you doing? So once again, we are right back to kind of where we were. I don't want to short. This seems pretty strong up around here. That seems to quite clearly be going against the trend at this moment. But I also don't want to buy because that seems like the FOMO chase. Because this was indeed the buy. And that's where, again, broad statement trading is very dangerous. This is the perfect example. So let's just say that I'm a beginner and I'm just watching and I make the broad statement. All right, I think there's going to be a pullback and then it's going to head back up. Was I right? I was right. There was a pullback and then it went up. But did I actually make any money from it? I didn't. Why? Well, because I didn't keep it broad. I added specific details. My specific detail here was, okay, I do want it to pull back, but I think the pullback will go to the yellow line. So yes, I got the broad statement right, but I didn't get the finer details. I never got filled. So yes, broad statement, I was right. Move up, pulled back, went up. But I didn't make any money. So as a beginner or whenever, don't look at a chart, make broad statements, and then be like, oh yeah, see, that happened, therefore I was right, therefore I made money. No, trading's not that easy. You got to get the details, right? You got to get the entry point right. And then sometimes you get the entry point, but then you get stopped out right before the move happens. So there's always those details where you got to avoid the broad statements because you can easily mislead yourself, especially as a beginner, and make yourself think that you're a way better trader than you actually are because, like I said, perfect example here. I was right from the broad statement standpoint. It went up. I was like, okay, I think it'll pull back and then go up again, and that's exactly what happened. But I never got in the trade because I got the finer detail wrong about where the actual entry point should have been. So that's why here I'm always harping on people. Hey, if you're gonna say something, give us these three numbers. Don't make broad statements. Don't armchair quarterback. Don't hindsight quarterback. But give us the three numbers. And I do that so you can hold yourself accountable. Even if you're not actually taking the trade, at least you can hold yourself accountable and know exactly where you said you would get in, your stop loss, and your target. Wow. Looking at the clock, I don't see any news. Goodness. I guess just go long. Wow. Was there a tweet or nah? I guess this is. No, this is a good move. I don't know if it was necessarily like yesterday's moves were crazy, like the tweet-worthy news. Good morning. I almost forgot to hit the. Thank you, Frank. That's okay that you forgot, but you made up for it, so that's good. Let's see. Got a pro account and finally over the 2K. Nice, JJ, that boy. How far are you over the buffer right now, JJ? ES double top short. Is it ES not? Is it ES lagging? ES just actually pushed up through the pivot point here. Pivot point being that dotted brown. But let's go back to the 1300. No. Oh, you're 1300 above it. I'm sorry. So are you building buffer? Or are you gonna get paid? What are you going to do with that 1300? A good problem to have. This is always a good problem to have. What are you going to do with the $1,300, JJ? You're going to build buffer? Okay. All right. I love it though, JJ. Was this an account purchased with code Clay, or is this some other account that you're using out of curiosity? You're in now, just trailing. Well, that's great stuff there, JJ. Keep it up. Oh, yeah, code Clay. Awesome. Awesome. So JJ is going with building buffer. Hey, Ernest, good to see you. We'll see how this candle forms. Might try a short, but I'm going to have to make sure. Oh, is there an auction going on right now? Let's check the news real quick. No, I don't think. No, it's 11. Well, at least on what CJ Mack posted in the chat room from that news thing, I don't see anything about an auction right now. Yeah, unless there's something later on in the day. Let's do 3. So I will try to get short there at the red line. Put my stop up there. So I could see this potentially being, it's looking a little top heavy here, but again, it's a very strong move. So if this thing is going to keep on grinding, well, then I have a pretty tight stop there. And it'll be kind of one of those it is what it is situations. Let me move that up a bit more. There we go. So looking to get short at the red line. Green line is my stop versus ace. Good morning. At 50% on 50K for the day. Hey, nice job, Subtac. Way to... How many accounts do you have rolling right now? Up 166 on the pro. Very good job, Subtac. Love to see it. Great to see. 3, very nice. All right. Again, looking to get short at that red line. Green line is my stop. So needs to come up a little bit more. Let's see if we can get filled here. Hey, as a reminder, hit that like button. We're doing very well, actually. Let's see if we can get up to 50 likes by the 30-minute mark. So we got about 8 minutes to get 18 more likes. So if you have not yet hit that like button, make sure to do that. And as long as the likes keep on creeping up, the party will continue. Again, looking to try to get short at that red line there. And then, hey Clay, on that order I saw, you have your stop start and it looks preloaded. No, I just clicked in all the orders. I just clicked it on my own. You can do ATMs, but this is not an ATM. I just clicked here to get filled, and then I just clicked again to get my order up there. Zach thinks I'm being a little high maintenance. I might be. Maybe I missed the trade because I'm being too high maintenance. We'll see. Using CCI and EMAs in your strategy. Cool. Do what works. Uh-oh. I think Zach might be right. Yep, Zach was right. Looks like I was being too high maintenance, wanting to get in filled up there. We'll see, though, if it wants to come back up. The fact that the reminder helped me hit the like shows it works. Yeah. I just assume people know to do it, but, I mean, if I'm being honest, I forget stuff all the time, so it makes sense. I'm beginner. What's the best way to start? I would right here. I would say just check out this free class that I'm offering tonight. So good timing. Zaid, if I'm not. So let me and of course everybody else is welcome to join too. I'm gonna just tag Zaid. But yeah, check out that free webinar tonight. Especially it's not only for beginners, but yeah, if you are a beginner, that's a good one to start with. All right, I'm going to go ahead and cancel these orders out, but Zach was absolutely right. He said my order was too high maintenance. He said, Clay, you're being high maintenance. Why are you being so greedy? Why do you want to get filled up there? And he's right. It pulled back. Had I just gotten in a little bit closer here, I'd be looking at a nice little trade. What broker and charting do I use? Well, that's kind of a two-pronged question because the first layer to that is I'm using a prop firm. So if you want to get my exact quote-unquote setup, my exact quote-unquote platform, step one would be going to the link that you see up at the top there. And then of that, step one would be choosing the purchasing power that you want. So these are all the various purchasing powers. Make sure to use code Clay so that you get the 40% off. And then after you select the purchasing power, you'll be asked what platform do you want to use. And the one that I'm using here for my charts and everything is right there, Tradeovate. And that is now the key distinction here is you do not need to go to Tradeovate and create a separate account. That's a nice thing. The prop firm will do all that for you, and then they'll email you your login information, and then at that point, you go to Tradeovate and get logged in, and you're good to go. So again, do not go to Tradeovate and create a separate account. You get to skip that headache step because the prop firm does it for you. But that is my official setup. I'm doing a prop firm, and then through that prop firm, again, the prop firm being Take Profit Trader, I am using Tradovate. Hey, thanks, Subtac. That should also give you the crown. So you should be at number 1. Hey, Renee. But that's very much appreciated, Subtac. That is not your first super chat. In fact, I don't know. It's like your third or fourth over the month, so I appreciate that. Thank you. Look at the like. This is a great group. I already got a $10 super chat. We're almost at 50 likes. It's going to be a good day. I can tell it's going to be a good day. I can tell it's going to be a good day. There's 50 right there. Let's go. And it's only 25 minutes in. We're off to a great start. I'm liking what I see here, folks. I'm liking this group. Hey, Brian. All right. Well, as always, Brian, you know the most important question. Did you use code Clay? That is the most important question. But also, what account? 50K or? Still wondering if I want to short, but now after this consolidation, I'll let when my kids say tonight, why aren't we eating branches tonight, Daddy? How come we're not eating gravel? I'm going to say, because Brian used code Clay. Thank Brian that you're not eating gravel tonight, kids. Yeah, no, I think 50K is a good one to start at. I'm excited, Brian. Just friendly reminder, Brian, remember, during the test phase, don't make more than 1,500. Be out of the trades by 5 p.m. And, yeah, those are really the main ones. But even if you go up over the $1,500, not the end of the world, but because you can always lose money. Thanks, Matt, man. Yeah. There is certainly effort, but I appreciate that. Use did I miss? Oh, yeah. Extended, taking one contract short now. Every 20 points up, I will short another contract. All right. So, Charles, is it one of those where it's either the trade works out or your account is destroyed? Is that what you're doing? Are you just going to add every 20 points up until either it works or you're destroyed? Just signed my paperwork for first TPT passed account. Nice, Kyle. Did you pass on your first try? No, wait, I think you said, I can't remember. Did you pass on? Did Kyle, did you honestly, you did? Wow. I think you were baller. Well done, sir. And it was, I can't remember, 50K or 25K? Either way, fantastic. I'm too scared. Yes, this is a nice bull pennant. But bull flag, whatever you want to call it, it's still too extended up above all its moving averages, even the 21 EMA. So even buying the breakout here, I'm leery of. If anything, I'm still maybe leaning short. But the thing that's counterbalancing the short is, it is a bull flag. So I'm not sure I want to be now shorting right at a bull flag. So I am once again in a sit-on-hands situation. 50K. Nice. Yes, adding every 20 points. I back-tested this quite a bit, although at this level... Yeah, so all right, so Charles, fine. I'm hoping, I'm assuming you're in a prop account, because to just add every 20 points and then hope that it finally goes down, all it takes is one of those to never come back down, and you could be in a very big world of pain. So I'm assuming you're doing all this in a prop account, where worst case you're out the couple $100 at most. Can you at least ease my mind that you're doing all this in a prop account, Charles? Because adding short every 20 points until, well, and then just hoping it goes down, has me a little nervous. If this is a real money account, if you're using your own funds, I should say. So hopefully you're doing this in a prop account. Do I have yeah, I do offer this, if interested. Who asked that? Mounts? I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name, but there we go. That is my mentorship program that I started and have developed back in 2013. So I have, there's a lot of data, there's a lot of blood, sweat, and tears into that, No, I'm not that I have anything against people that showed up last week and all of a sudden they're selling a mentorship, but like mine's kind of tried and true. I'm one of the old timers. Been around, started the website, started the YouTube channel back in 2013. I am new to live streaming, but not new to the YouTube game. All right. Getting more of a pullback here. Still would never have been filled. So who called me out? Zach. Zach was spot on by calling me high maintenance for requiring my short entry to be up here because I still would not have been filled. No prop, real account. Oh my goodness, Charles. You are waiting to get destroyed. I don't care what you watch, Charles, because the fact of the matter is there is no strategy that is 100% accurate. So if your strategy is every 20 points, I'm just going to keep averaging up, averaging up, averaging up. Or on the flip side, averaging down, averaging down. I get it. That can be a high win rate strategy. But the time where it just keeps going up and up and up, your whole account is going to be, see you later. Unless you do have a stop loss within your strategy somewhere. But as far as I understand it at this point, it just seems like your strategy is just add, and then start to hope, start to pray, start to do rain dances, whatever you're doing. That's the impression I have right now. But maybe I'm not fully understanding what you're doing. But right now, good grief. It's just only a matter of time. Okay, Charles, do you eventually stop adding? That's my, do you eventually stop adding and put in a stop loss, or do you just keep adding every 20 points? Hey, Malik. Good to see you from Poland. Okay, this could be, let's see, 15. Oh, okay. If you're using a stop, fine. But at first, it made it sound like all you're doing is just adding every 20 points, and then that's it. But if you have a stop, fine. But I still think you're crazy for not using a prop firm, Charles, but it is what it is. Why risk your own funds when you don't have to? Maybe interesting. I should get this down now. This is actually a interesting trend line right there. It is, this moving average here is starting to catch up to the price. So it's not, the pattern's not feeling nearly as overextended as it once was. Yeah, I would like to try to maybe buy down around the green line there, which on my chart is a 21 EMA, but I don't know if it'll get down there. But yes, I am officially no longer interested in any shorts at this point. Zach, he called me out. He was right. I was trying to get short up around here. I think my entry point was somewhere right around there, and Zach was like, you're being too high maintenance. Why are you wanting that as a short? Just get in. You're being high maintenance. I should have listened. Well, you got to also remember, Charles, with backtesting is very deceitful because backtesting, let's just say backtesting is over, let's just say 1,000 trades. Okay, well, that's 1,000 trades. That means so the numbers you're looking at is based on 1,000 trades, meaning every single time, whatever your backtesting happens, the trade was taken, right? So the only way that it's an apples to apples comparison after backtesting is if you literally take every single setup that happens. And most people, sometimes they hesitate, sometimes, and they're too slow, and they don't. So now all of a sudden you have an apples to oranges data comparison because you're not taking literally every single setup that happens. Because sometimes you're like, oh, I'm done for the day. And then the setup happens another 10 times, but because you're done for the day, well, you don't take those setups. But the backtesting data was taking all those setups. So the data you're looking at is assuming that every single time that setup happens, you take the trade. But I've never met a trader where it's like, okay, well, in the future, the 1,000 times it happens moving forward, I'm going to take literally every single trade. So the whole backtesting data, like, in other words, with all due respect, you're backtesting and it's, whatever it's, That data is irrelevant to you unless you are literally taking the same amount of the sample size. So am I saying backtesting is completely, utterly worthless? That's not my claim. Am I saying that backtesting can be very deceiving? Yes, absolutely. It can be very deceiving. Yeah, exactly. Fairchild. Only algos can hit every single trade from the backtest process. Correct. And even that, I think I think algos, because algos are still going to have some slippage. In some situations, there's still, even if it's a minor amount of slippage, there still might be some slippage error. So even that starts to skew things and makes it a little bit more of an apples and oranges. Yeah, good points. No, I understand. Exactly, Charles. Yep, exactly. All right. Was it yesterday? No, or 2 days. One of these live stream. It was either yesterday or Tuesday. I had my first trade like literally 90 seconds into the live stream. This one, we're going on 36 minutes, and I've tried some trades. I just have not been able to get filled. So no trades yet. I've tried, no fills, but that just goes to show every day is a little different. Some days you might have a lot of trades. My emotions have blown up many funded accounts, which is why I'm still scared for you, Charles. Like, why use your own money? Why not do a prop firm if you? Because I've been there too. I still, the emotions still some days show up and rain on my parade, but it's way more manageable if that's all happening within a prop firm context. I have a backtest running on NQ that is 88% with 0.5% drawdown, mostly useless. Yeah, because you are not a robot, but I'm glad you realize that, Fairchild. All right, we'll see if it wants to push up and try to maybe kind of sort of get a break up through that trend line. Yeah, I think my morning could be summarized right now. As Zach said, too high maintenance. Like I said, I was hoping to get an entry more so down around here, but once again, did not pull back enough and is curling back up. As of right now, rejected right at that trend. Look at that. The power of trend lines. Unbelievable. Look at that. Now, our chart's perfect. Our trend line's perfect. That's not my claim. But my claim is, do I think that traders should consider charts? Do I think traders should consider using technical analysis? Yes, absolutely. I think it is, again, not a holy grail tool, but a very worthwhile tool. And here we have our that's why I love these live streams. Because it's not like some sort of book where I came in after the fact and drew in that trend line. Nope. This trend line's been sitting here the whole time. I thought you said you were using your own money, Charles. But now you're saying you traded 3 TPTs. That's good. Okay. Maybe you meant on that trade you're using. So, okay, you're trading both, Charles. All right. Gotcha. I didn't know you were doing any prop. So, good. You are doing prop firms. That's good. I'm glad to hear that. Gotcha. All right, Charles. All right. I'm feeling better. Feeling better. Okay, we might be able to get something here. Could try a breakout or get out. Put my stop right there. Or I can't tell right now. Is this just the ANSI? Is this just the ANSI? What, Clay? Come on, get the live or get a trade on. People are here to see some trades. I got to be careful of that voice. Yeah, let's do the breakout or get out. There we go. So a little risky because I did not wait for any sort of break of the trend line. So put a target out there. So this is a breakout or get out. So I'm running a very tight leash. I'm wanting to see this break on this one and start to get moving. And if it doesn't, I better throw out another one just in case it spikes. But right now, risky in the sense of I never waited for confirmation. It has not broken that trend line, yet I am in. So I'm trying to anticipate the break, but sometimes when you do that, the break never happens, and the Because people are like, well, Clay, had you waited for the break, you would have never gotten in. Therefore, it would have never been a losing trade. That is fair. But on the flip side, when you anticipate, sometimes you can get some very nice spikes. You don't have to chase. You don't get slippage. So once again, knocking on the level. Can it get the push up through? That line is raining my parade so far. I'm finished for the day. Going for a run. If I keep watching this, I will start. What's that supposed to mean? If you keep watching this, I will start losing money. You're saying that I'm going to lose you money? I'm kidding, Charles. Congrats. Enjoy your run. Well, not looking so good. Looking like the stop is coming. Well, and I am stopped out. All right. Back to the drawing board. Now, I know, why don't you have your stop down below these lows? And that's fine because, like I said, my premise was that was the time. It was either needing to break out or I want to get out. And as we just witnessed, it did not break out. So, therefore, I needed to get out per the premise of the strategy itself. You know, the breakout or get out strategy. I like those because sometimes I don't feel like sitting in a trade for 3 hours waiting to see what happens. But those ones are usually relatively quick. Because, again, it's either a breakout or I got to get out. And as we just witnessed, it did not break out. Now, it could very well go back up there and break out. But, hey, that's just every strategy has its flaws. And that one is, yeah, sometimes you're going to have maybe a little tighter stop. But it is what it is. Driving to work. Well, Brad, be safe. Get to work and then you can talk. Don't be talking in here. I mean, I appreciate the dedication. Don't get me wrong. But your safety, I care more about, Brad. So maybe you're in like Chicago or something, just stuck in a bunch of traffic and you're not moving. But please don't tell me you're in like LA in your 15 lanes of traffic, weaving in and out of people while you're talking. That would have me nervous. Do I try it again? This is a nice recovery. I do have plenty of wiggle room on the day. Maybe I'll give it another try. Or is this going to be one of these tread lines that just eats my lunch? Looks toppy? I don't know. I think the 5 minute looks pretty nice. Consolidation, kind of just going sideways here. So yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, I can see how you would, why you're saying it looks toppy. Fair enough. I don't know if I trust that enough for me to personally get short, but I like that you stick to your rules, Clay. It's a good lesson in discipline. Some days, a little bit harder than others, but because I am a human at the end of the day. And yeah, I've been training for a long time, but sometimes the emotions, the voices, they do still win. I'm glad to report they don't win as often as they once did. And I think that's the ultimate goal of traders is the space. You want to always be having bigger and bigger spaces between when the emotions eat your lunch. Because when you first get started, the spaces are going to be very small. But the goal is, because I personally don't think it's possible to ever be an emotionless trader. To never have the emotions influence once, because you got to manage the emotions. But yeah, you're a human. Sometimes mistakes, sometimes just whatever. You don't manage the emotions. But the goal is to get those situations further and further and further and further apart within your journey. That's why you get mad at me because hard to respond quickly. I trade alone. No one bias messes with me, but driving to work, I'll usually hold on. Trade autopilot. Oh, so that's driving for you? Well, I don't get mad at you. I'm just saying it'd be nice to hear one of your trade plans before it happens. Like even now, you're telling us about a short where you already got in the past. But I do also understand right now you're driving to work. But once you get to work, Brad, and assuming you can still hang out, we look forward to getting your entry point, your stop loss, and your target. Those three numbers, I repeat, before the price gets to any of those numbers. But yes, again, get to work first. Be safe. Right back to that trend line. This trend line is a goofy, dirty dog. Extend it out a little bit. But we do have is this the flush point right here at 215? I don't know. We'll see, but this trend line here is a dirty rat. Look at that thing. Now, if you're a short, you love that trend line. So it's all in the eyes of the beholder, right? A short is not looking at that trend line calling it a dirty rat. They're looking at it saying, you know, that is my knight in shining armor. Yeah, a short at 215, looking for potentially a breakdown. We'll see. It's going to go up. Okay, DJ? So where are you at right now, DJ? What's your entry? What's your stop at? Now, you're right. It did just go up. So technically speaking, you're right. Because you didn't give us any sort of time frame of when it's going to go up or how far it's going to go up. You just said it's going to go up. So technically speaking, you are right. Even right there, you were right again. See, it went up? Went up again a little bit? So you're right. It did go up. See how it went? So, all right. Good job, DJ Rah TV. You are correct. It did go up. I don't know. I'm new. I'm just seeing that it will continue to go up. I say this with all due respect, especially if you're new. Maybe say you think it's going to go up. Maybe say it seems likely it's going to go up. But to say it's going to go up, it's like, well, I mean, is that like a guarantee? Riri. So Riri, you said you're new. Great. The quicker you learn that there are no guarantees, and the only guarantee is that there are no guarantees. That's it. So the sooner you learn that rule, the only for sure is there are no for sures. So for you to say it's gonna go up is not basically saying it's for sure going up or it's going. So, but you think that brings it a little bit more. But it's great to have you, Riri. All right, there's Notar. He is short at 223. I'm not quite sure if he's in yet. If not, he's close. His stop is 239. I'm guessing those highs right there. No. Oh, up above, right at those highs. Okay. All right. He is. I don't think he's in yet because it. Oh, is already in. Okay. We'll see what it wants to do. Might be a silly... in my educated opinion, it's going to keep going to the right. That is true. The price will keep moving to the right. That's a gutsy call on Fairchild's part, but that's why we love him. He likes to get spicy with his call-outs. Might be a silly question, but do we continue trading in the simulation now that... no. Yep, you're still in the simulator. Yep. But now, once you get up over the buffer, they will pay you. So you are in it for now, the profits, Kyle. I can infer that it will not go to the left. That is true. All right. All right, this is what I'm actually going to do. I'm going to look to get short right here. See if we can play another rejection off the trend line, and I'll put my stop right above there. So now we're looking for kind of a breakdown or get out. Looking for a rejection of the trend line, and then for it to come down. Or is this finally the time where it actually breaks out? We'll see. And I'm looking to get short at the red line. Only want to get in, though, if the price comes back down to me. But as of right now, maybe this is finally the true breakout. All right, well, I'm going to go ahead and cancel that order out as it seems like it actually wants to break out. I don't see it going too down. We'll see. All right, where is Notar? Notar was up here at 39. So, all right, so Notar's stop loss is up there. So he's still got plenty of wiggle room. before he would be stopped out. So he's still in the game. Not feeling the greatest about things, but he's still got plenty of wiggle room. That's why I like when people, when you give a trade plan up front, it's fun. Like, we can all cheer for you, and even if you're wrong, that's okay, because we're all wrong as traders. But detailed trade plans, way, million times better than broad statements. Ooh, look at that. Coming back down now. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I like that risk profile now. It pushed up a little too high. We'll see. Maybe I can... But I also think this might be the live stream YouTube voice that I've created. I mean, anybody that's traded with skin in the game knows we have voices in our head. But I have certainly, since I've begun live streaming, introduced new voices in my head. And I think I'm battling one of those right now. Come on, Clay. You already made one trade, but you were wrong. So you kind of got to redeem yourself. Make sure you look cool. So let's just get on another trade, Clay. Come on. I didn't like it. I took $80 profit. All right. Breaking out my short is done for. We'll see. Could be a fake break, Brad. Hey, as a reminder, if you're enjoying, make sure you hit that like button. Let's get this up to 75 likes. We're only 8 away. So hopefully we got 8 people out there that are willing to hit that like button. As the like button creeps up, we'll keep the party going. Because if the like buttons creep up, I assume, I take that as people are entertained, finding value. And as long as people are finding value and are entertained, we will keep the party going. So if you have not yet, please hit that like button. I mean, there is really just a flat. In fact, let me just get. I mean, there is going to be a bunch of shorts now watching that level, and you got to think a lot of longs have their stop slightly below that area. So if the price does hit there and trigger stops, you would think there'd be at least some sort of spike. Now, whether or not the spike gets more and more continuation, that's a whole nother discussion. But, and again, even right now, for me to think that there are stop losses down there, there's no guarantees that there are stop losses down there from longs. But I don't think I'm being totally unreasonable to think that there's probably some long stop losses hiding right below that area right there. So anybody thinking of getting short on that breakout down there, like I said, I see the logic. I don't know if I'll join you, but to be fair, right now, it's not looking like that's going to be the case. But because as of now, I don't think that would have knocked anybody out. But even that was pretty tricky, right? Broke out, came back down, and then next candle finally went. But as I said, even if you broke that, I mean, I don't think it would have pulled back enough to really knock anybody out. I'm done for the day. Up 150. Good job, Malik. Congrats. Sometimes, again, think about the broad statement. Maybe it'll be a reoccurring theme this live stream. But broad statement would be, I think it'll break out. And broad statement, I was right. I thought it would break out. I mapped out like the breakout trend line. But what was the problem? I was right from a broad statement standpoint, yet I lost money. Well, how's that possible? Well, because my timing was off. I bought that breakout of the trend line, and then it rolled back over on me. So that's what I mean. You've got to be as specific as possible to yourself as a beginner. Don't make broad statements and don't just look and see, oh, look, it did break out, therefore I made money. No, that's why you got to map out exact detailed trade plans. That way you can hold yourself accountable as a trader, whether it's a beginner or anybody. But I know I beat that drum all the time, but it's because there's valuable practical learning behind it. You don't want to deceive yourself into thinking you're a way better trader than you actually are. Because once again, I was right. I had the right trend line. It broke out, and look at this beautiful breakout. But because I had specificity, I don't know if that's a real word, but because I had specific details as in an entry point, I now know that, well, yeah, you were right broadly speaking, but you were wrong with your timing. Because like I said, you bought somewhere right around there before down it went. So be specific is the moral of the story. So like with you, Riri, you're not really doing yourself All you're doing is making broad statements. You're saying it's going to go up, it's going to go down. And that's fine, but those are broad statements. So Riri, I would encourage you that you have to give 3 numbers, and that way you can hold yourself accountable. Right, that's what I mean. It's going down. That doesn't mean anything. So give us an entry point. So where's your entry point? Give us a stop loss, and then give us a target. And then let's see how the price behaves relative to those numbers. So you think it's going down, that's fine. So where are you getting short at? Where's your stop loss at? And then where's your target? Tell us those numbers if you think it's going to go down. So let's take this broad statement of it's going down and let's make it very detailed. And that way you can hold yourself accountable. I think of it as it broke out. Now get best entry as long as possible. These tricky these days. So yeah, Brad, I'm assuming Brad got stopped out there. Okay, see, Riri, I'm not trying to be mean to you, but you're doing yourself a disservice right now. You need to give 3 numbers. You need to give where your entry point is, where your target is, and where your stop loss is. Without those 3 numbers, you are doing yourself a disservice with what you're doing right now. And could somebody back me up so I'm not like the only person just talk? Can somebody else tell Riri that sitting here saying it's going up, I think it's going to go to that price level? Can somebody else tell her that, like, yeah, this guy who's talking to you right now, he is right. Like, you're doing yourself a disservice. Right, and I want you to learn most efficiently, and that's what I'm trying to tell you. You are learning very inefficiently. You are deceiving yourself right now in your learning by going about it the way that you are. So you've got to give those 3 numbers. If you want to say it's going down, that's cool. That's where any trade plan starts, a broad thought. It's going down. But you got to do that secondary layer of, okay, so therefore, where's my entry point going to be? You want to manage risk, so where's my stop loss going to be? And then where do I think it can head? So give those 3 numbers before the price gets to those numbers. And then that's how you're going to truly test yourself. So glad I switched over to futures. There are so many trades that I know I would have lost in options due to theta. Yeah, okay, Ernest, when did you make the switch? We have our newest convert, it sounds like. That somebody was day trading options. Because yes, day trading options is literally one of the worst decisions you can make. If you are day trading options, you cannot, it's not a matter of being able to make money. You can make money, but it is a matter of you are working way harder than you need to. The cliche saying, you are working harder, not smarter. You're day trading very inefficiently if you are day trading options. And right up above, Ernest, our newest person that was open-minded enough to go give Pam's plan a try. And now we have this right here. Amazing. Love to see it. So glad I switched over to futures. There are so many trades that I won't. There are so many trades that that I know. Okay. A little bit of a typo there. That I know I would have lost in options due to theta. Yep. Never going back to options. Exactly. That is why part of the argument for Pam's plant, if you're new here, this is an argument of why you should day trade futures through a prop firm. But one of the big things here is right here. Say goodbye to theta. Theta is the devil, and anybody here that day trades options, you know exactly what I mean by theta. Theta is a very big annoyance in your trading. And with futures, yes, they are contracts, but these contracts don't have theta. And Ernest right there is exactly that. So thank you, Ernest. I appreciate you being open-minded enough to go and give Pam's plan a try. And we are still at 100% conversion rate. Since I started the live stream back in February, every single person that has stopped trading or day trading options or stocks and then it's gone to futures, every single one so far has come back and said, yep, Pam's plan is awesome. I'm done with options. I'm done with stocks. So good, Ernest. That is, I love to hear it. I love to see that. And again, shout out to you. Sometimes not a lot, that's an exaggeration, but there have been some people where I say, yeah, day trading options is just inefficient. It's not wise. And then I show them the math and they get all upset and they run off, they take their ball and go home. But people like Ernest were open-minded enough and now they're saying, man, I love it. Oh, it's so nice to not have theta. Since trading futures through a prop firm, nothing else makes any sense in turn. Correct. And when you say nothing else makes sense, that's not an emotional thought. Like that's a very mathematically provable thought. So like it doesn't make any sense is meant in a literal way. Like, it's not logical to do that. And again, that's what math is, right? Math is logic. So when you can show somebody through math, you're essentially saying, see, it's logical. It makes sense. So when he says it doesn't make any sense, that is meant in a very literal sense. My exit is... Yes, you see what I mean, Riri? A little bit more difficult. You said it was going down, and now it's kind of doing all this. So are you still in the trade? Did you get stopped out? See, that's what I mean, Riri. It's a little bit more challenging. You're going to be able to hold, you're going to get a little bit closer of a taste of what real life trading is all about if you give those 3 numbers before the price gets to those numbers. So yes, broad statements, as Bobby Boucher's mother would say, broad statements are the devil. I think what scares a lot of people from prop firm is they don't believe they will get paid out. I went through that for a while. Well, yeah, of course. And that's a valid concern, Tyson. 100% valid concern. That's why I constantly say, if this prop firm just started last week and they're based out of North Korea, probably don't sign up with them. That's why the 2 prop firms that I talk about and the one that I use, Take Profit Trader, they did not show up last week. They have a track record of paying. I've been paid. Many members have been paid. And the nice thing, though, about social media, as many downsides as it has, it does have its upsides. And this is where, well, prop firms need to be regulated. I mean, kind of, but the customer base, the prop firm community regulates. Meaning if let's just say Take Profit Trader, for example, began to not pay people, they would get lit up. They would get destroyed so quick on social media, and it would be game over. So, I mean, the mere fact that people aren't out there roasting Take Profit Trader because, hey, they didn't pay me. They didn't pay me. No, that doesn't exist because they do pay. But yes, if a prop firm just showed up last month, me personally, I'm not going to use them. And definitely I'm not going to put my name by them with an affiliate code. But yes, that's why the ones that I only talk about 2. Take Profit Trader, if you're a beginner, intermediate, or advanced prop firm trader, then I believe they were the best in the game. I believe no matter what level you're at within the prop firm world, use Take Profit Trader. If you're intermediate or advanced, then yeah, Apex Trader, they have a track record. They've paid out millions upon millions of dollars. But they are not beginner friendly because they do have a lot more rules. It's not quite as clean. But yes, it is a valid concern. I think a lot of people are scared. Will they get paid? And that was me too. I mean, I pushed back against prop firms for a good couple of years. But then members of my private community continued over the years to show me, hey, Clay, I made money. Hey, Clay, I made money. And then Michelle got me the best from our community. She went on, like, I can't remember, a 15-day European vacation with their fake money from prop firms, because it's not fake money, right? She got paid. The prop firms were paying her. So that's why, after enough pushback, because I think I'm not too hard on myself, because I think I'm right to have been skeptical of prop firms when I first came out a couple years ago. But now, like I said, there's enough time that has passed where certain prop firms have the track record. But yes, you are right, Tyson. That is what scares people. Do you have a Discord community? I do. Let me drop that link. Who asked that? Slimy? Slimmy. I think Slimmy, not Slimy. Sorry. There you go. There is how you get to my Discord. All right, I'm going to go ahead and get rid of that level. It served its purpose. I am definitely leaving that line out there. I think this line, I don't think we're done with it yet. I could see this coming back into play at some point. Hey, we're a little bit behind pace. I normally like to try to get to 100 likes by the 1 hour mark. We're only 10 likes away, and we're only at an hour and 4 minutes. So if you are enjoying and you have not yet hit that like button, please do so. Let's try to push this up over the 100 mark. I have used and been paid real money in my bank from both Apex and TPT. Also have broken Apex rule, been denied, trading 8 more days, filling rules, and got paid again. Yeah, exactly. That's the problem with Apex is beginners show up, they don't follow the rules, then they don't get paid or whatever. And, oh, Apex is a scam. Apex is not a scam. The reason why some out there are saying it's a scam is because they're beginners, and Apex is very, very overwhelming. A lot more rules. It's not beginner friendly. That's why I say if you're a beginner, definitely go with Take Profit Trader. They have a very clean set of rules. They have the best payment policy in the game as far as I'm concerned. But yes, Apex does pay. There we go, 99. What time frame are you on? This is the 2-minute. You can see that right here. I think you can also see it. Nope, you cannot see it because it's behind the live, but it's also up here. But yeah, 2-minute, but off screen I have other time frames too. So I am a big believer in multiple time frame analysis. I have passed over 30 Apex accounts. Take Profit Trader is best with their quick payout, exactly. But I don't have any luck or whatever. It is with Take Profit Trader. Well, I mean, yeah. Hi, Clay. Do you have a referral link for any prop firms or just TPT? I do also with Apex. So if you want to support the trade, if you want to support the stream channel and you use Apex, I do have a code with them, code Clay, to get the current promotion. I believe it's 80%. I don't remember what the current promotion is, but yeah, I do have that. Again, but I recommend, I think the best in the business is Take Profit Trader. But thank you for asking, Beginner Trader 2. Why don't you want to use Take Profit Trader? Are you in a country that they don't support? If you're having option troubles, I feel bad for you, son. I got 99 problems, but Theta ain't one. Yeah, you got to start. That's a song. That's a lyrical gold. The lack of rules on TPT really exposes the trader's lack of discipline. Yeah. In fact, I did the video when Take Profit Trader got rid of their daily loss limit. I made a video. I was like, I don't like that rule change. But again, that was a rule change that made them explode in popularity. And what kind of overwhelmed their customer service was that one little rule change. No more daily loss limit. It's just an overall account loss limit. Because yeah, the less rules, the better. I mean, people don't want to be constricted by rules. Although like I said, I thought that was a good rule. I think a rule where you're forcing people to honor a daily loss limit, I thought that was a really good thing. So yeah, I did publicly make a video where I was like, I disagreed with that one. But still, at the end of the day, they're still forcing you to honor risk because there's still an amount on the overall account and stuff like that. Yeah, it resets every day, Nathan. So that's what we've learned, this whole crown thing. 5 minutes looking kind of top heavy. I will say this. I am thinking of a short. A lot of upper shadows here. So is this finally topping out? That is the question. Is this thing getting ready to roll back over? But it's been so strong that I'm a little gun shy on the short side. Wait, I'm gonna cook real quick. Let me cook. Ooh, boys. Look at that. Is that where you get short? At that trend line? All right, I'm thinking about it. I use TPT, just want to diversify. Oh, okay. Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, so Apex is, if you want to expand the empire, then yeah. And if you want to, like I said, support the channel, which it sounds like you do. I appreciate your question, asking if I have any other ones. So yes. Apex and Take Profit Trader. So, yeah, I just can't get long. In some senses, we have a rising wedge pattern, which is a bearish pattern. In fact, I really don't like to do this because so many lines can get confusing. So we're basically right at the bottom of the rising wedge here. Again, rising wedge is a bearish pattern. But just, as a reminder, just because there's a bullish pattern does not mean for sure guaranteed the price is going to go up. The inverse is also true. Just because there's a bearish pattern does not mean for sure guaranteed the price is going down. Now I'm even starting to overwhelm myself. I think a couple live streams ago, maybe it was yesterday, I put the rule, I'm maxing out I can only add in 3 annotations. So I'm at my 3 yellow lines. I may not add in any more without deleting one. Good job, Notar. And I appreciate you taking personal responsibility. That's the problem with Apex. Beginners show up. They don't understand the rules. They break the rules, but because they don't understand the rules, they think Apex is a scam. So they yell Apex is a scam. When in all actuality, no, you are a beginner. You didn't understand the rules. You broke the rules. So you did not get scammed out. So I appreciate you just kind of, like Nathan did yesterday. Yeah, my payout got denied, but it was my fault because I broke the rules. That's where Take Profit Trader, like I said, is way more beginner friendly because they don't have as many of those rules and stuff like that. But again, once you get to the intermediate, the advanced phase of prop firm trading, I think it makes a lot of sense. Oh, there's Versace giving tax advice. That's fantastic. I do not condone anything that Versace is saying. In fact, I probably should just delete that out, but hopefully people understand that they have no idea what they're talking about. So please, for all legal purposes, go and speak to a local tax professional about how you should set up anything regarding your money and income and all that. Please, I repeat, please do not listen to some random stranger named Versace in a live stream chat. Yeah, I know, but I've always called, and it's actually a her. I've always called. Well, she says it's a her, but I'm not so. Whoa, what was that? What was that, folks? What are we cooking here? 49. I'm going to try a short there. Was this just a fake breakout spike, or are we about to get knocked back to the downside? Let's see. That was a pretty wild spike. My platform, sorry, is my platform having a... So I'm doing something about... Oh, yeah. No, that was pretty quick. Let's try here. Buy. No, that was quick. Buy. No? All right. I don't know. Maybe I was just imagining that. Okay, Brad, give us your trade plan. Where are you short at? Where's your stop at? This is now your time to shine, Brad. Right now, you're just at a broad statement. Liquidity grab. Time to short. All right, let's take that and let's narrow it down. What's your entry point? What's your stop? Where's your target? This is your moment to shine, Brad. Let's go. Taking stops. Who is taking stops? Please don't tell me there's magical, mystical creatures out there. There was enough buying pressure to overwhelm the supply. So demand overwhelmed supply. Demand showed up very quickly. Demand was overwhelming supply. Then all of a sudden, supply showed back up to smack down the demand. That's what happened. You can see right here. Look at it as supply and demand. That's the creature behind the market, supply and demand. Demand showed up, but very quickly supply stepped in and knocked it right back down. You're still driving, Brad? How far do you live away from work? Clay loves to hate. Yes. I hate you because I told people not to listen to you for tax advice. Yes, that means I hate you. Gotcha. I'm on board that logic. Hey, people, don't listen to random people about tax advice on the internet. And then that person says, oh, you hate me. I know. Sorry. The candle is in the center of the wedge. Short would be... Well then, Slylu, are you going to give us a trade plan? You made one comment, I think, back on Monday. Then I asked for your trade plan, and then you just disappeared. So are you going to give us a trade plan this time? You're going to give us some numbers? 23 miles? Where do you live? How are you still driving 23 miles? You must be in, like, a highly populated area. No, Clay, I saw the manic monkey running out. Fine, you're true. Wencelas. That sounds pretty accurate, actually. I concede. 52. My tread line, or my stop would be tick above tread line. You mean the high, I would assume? Must be driving. I don't know. They're driving somewhere. They've been driving this whole webinar, and this webinar is not webinar, live stream, and we're at 1 hour and 15 minutes. How long does it take it? How long does it take me to get to work? It depends how long I make out with my wife in the morning. If it's only like a 10-minute makeout session, then it takes me 15 seconds, or then I guess it takes me 10 minutes and 15 seconds. If it's a 5-minute makeout session, it takes me 5 minutes and 15 seconds. So it's all dependent on the morning makeout session. Now, some of you said that this was some sort of like liquidity grab and it was going down, but what's up with that? It looks like the demand showed back up to me. I'm only going to get 2 laughs from that? Come on. I like the chat. Today we've had a good stream. Likes are doing okay. But where are the senses of humors out there? Goodness. My sessions are like 45 seconds. Let me think on that one, Green Beetle. I'll come up with something good, though. You got to be careful. My advice, I got 6 kids. So my advice is going to be dangerous. My advice is going to be very spicy, okay? No. Listen again, Travis. What do you do with the other 5 minutes? The makeout session is 5 minutes. Therefore, it takes me 5 minutes and 15 seconds to get to my office, because that's what Nathan asked. How long does it take you to get to work? So if the makeout session is 5 minutes, it takes me 5 minutes and 15 seconds to get to work. I call these sessions the rabbit syndrome. I don't know what that means. Takes you 40 minutes. Where do you live? Yes, you do, Clay. Again, just as the best pointer I can give you, whether any live streamer you're interacting with, just remember you're on a 3 to 5 second delay. So when you don't specify things, odds are the person's gonna have no idea what you're talking about. So like Riri says, yes, you do, Clay. I don't know what that's in reference to. I do realize that you heard something, Riri, and then you immediately started to probably type. But remember, in my world, I said that thing like 3 to 5 seconds ago. And then during those 3 to 5 seconds, I've been saying other stuff. So that's why you avoid words like that, this, it, they, yes, no. The more context, the better. Know what rabbit session. Oh, I get it. Gilbert. Oh, nice. I've been out to Gilbert before. My sister and brother-in-law live in Gilbert, actually. Yeah, all right. So that makes sense. You got some traffic out there in the Phoenix area. But yes, Gilbert area, very nice. I know they have, I guess I don't know if it's the best in the state, but I know their school system is highly rated. Okay, I think this trend line has really... I guess this trend is actually still in play, huh? All right, we'll leave that one out there too. On the 5 minute, 2 minute here, we have this dotted brown line. This is the pivot point. So you'll want to keep an eye on that. No. Riri. Slylu said, I call these sessions the rabbit syndrome. So he didn't call it, but I get it. Well done, Slylu. I wasn't... Your humor went right over me. But trust me, if I start to give romantic advice here, we are going to, the population of the world will double in 9 months, okay? If I start giving romantic. So I got to be very careful with the romantic advice. Hola, Cleo Reno said like Kimmy Gibbler to Danny Taylor when she ended. Oh, nice. You're revealing. I guess Full House came back a couple years ago or something on Netflix. Looks like a couple of topping tails. It does. Not looks like it is. Will they play out? We'll see. Oh, Fuller House. That's it. Yeah, Fuller House. I'm considering a short. I want to see it come up, hit that dotted brown line, and then start to come back down. Then I'll try to catch it for a short with my stop right up above there. So step one in this phase right now, want to see the price come up, and first it's got to hit that dotted brown line. So that'll be phase number one. Can we please get a lunchtime drop? I guess it is noon, isn't it? You got to think this thing's going to chill out at some point. Like this is a pretty aggressive upwards trend line. And the fact that it has not failed at all yet, man, that's quite a testament. I suppose I could readjust this and put kind of a newer little rising wedge in play. So yeah, I am going to actually do that because we have this upper trend. So again, I want to see the price come up, hit that brown line, and then I'll try to capture it on the way back down. What platform am I on? I'll answer that in a little bit, Riri. If I don't get to it in like the next 10 minutes, remind me again. But I got to watch this for a potential trade. Whoa. Well, that was it. What is that? 66. Okay, I'm in. Definitely a risky trade because there's quite a bit of strength here, but we got quite a bit of congestion up around this area, so I don't think I'm unreasonable to think that it could come down. So I'm short at the very annoying blinking blue line. But yeah, let's see if it wants to get rejected off the pivot point here. I liked how it shot up there, then came back down. So we'll see if that is indeed a fake breakout. What's the brown line? A pivot point. $12.10, okay. They are out of control. Again, that's what I mean, like advice. Avoid words like they. I have no idea what they is in reference to. Yesterday was oh so good. Today, it's like almost the exact opposite as far as the live stream is concerned. Yesterday, I could not lose. Today, it's shaping up like almost I cannot win. But I guess still got to give this one a chance. But I'm not feeling the greatest about it. We'll see, though. Okay. Now, I could scalp out for a gain, but let's try to see if this thing wants to come down here and maybe even just test the bottom part of the pattern here. Where are your volume indicators? Right here. My volume indicators are volume. You know, it's kind of like, where are your price action indicators? I'm just going to go ahead and watch the price because to me, that's kind of the ultimate indicator is just the price itself. Same logic with the volume. My volume indicators, I'm just going to look right at the volume. So yeah, the volume indicator right here, the volume. What are your two lines, the green and purple? Green is a 21 EMA, purple is a 50 SMA. Come on, come down a little bit more. So right now, I do have the rejection on the 5 minute right off that brown line. You can see that here. It did get rejected. Now it's just a question. So I was right about the rejection. Now we got to see, am I right about thinking that we can get some continuation? Because I could have scalped out for a gain. Because I could have thought, okay, I think it'll get rejected, and then I'll scalp out. But in my mind, there's two plans. It gets rejected, and then we get some movement. So I have been right so far in the rejection category. But in order for me to make money, I also have to be right in the, we also get some more movement to the downside category. Come on. Again, that green line right there is my initial profit target. SPY has regarded strength today. Does it? I will say I'm starting to lose faith that I'm going to actually get more movement. But I'm trying to keep the faith. Again, I got the rejection part right, but am I actually right about rejecting and more movement? Or should I just be scalping? That's what I'm starting to seriously question here, but I'm trying to be patient. Trying to give this thing a chance. Come on, just give me a little bit of a flush. At least take me out on my first one right here. Come on. Come on. Come on. Hit that green line, you dirty rat. Uh-oh. It did not like to be called a dirty rat. It did not like that at all. I know, Notar. I'm trying to keep the faith with you, brother. I'm trying. How's this for keeping the faith? I think it's going to break this line. I'm going to adjust this down a little bit more. How's that for keeping the faith? We're going to go for a little bit more on this first target now. I think we're going to get the trend line breakdown of this rising wedge. Can't bad talk the chart. I can hear you. I know. Yeah, sorry. Sorry, anybody that's short. I will not call it names anymore. Come on, give us that breakdown. Let's see this rising wedge breakdown. Get a little bit of momentum through the trend line break. Come on, brother. Come on, you sweet thing. There, let me try to sweet talk it. So here we are. Does the rising wedge pattern actually want to break down, or are we going to get a bounce right off that lower trend line? This is the question. This is better than any Hollywood movie out there as far as I'm concerned. I'm losing faith, Notar. I'm losing faith. All right, I just took one off. Took another one off. I've lost the faith. I'll stick with one. So I have one left, but I've pretty much lost the faith, Notar. I'm not quite sure what this wants to do, but if I'm wrong and this thing actually... I'm thinking it wants to bounce, but if I'm wrong, I still have one. So I'll still make some money. But right now, I've lost the faith, buddy. I'm sorry. I jumped ship on you. But I am still short. I still do have one. So if I am wrong, which I could be wrong, and this thing does decide to break and flush, I will still be making money. But I wanted to reduce position size. So in that sense, I have lost the faith. But I mean, come on. Tell me any Hollywood movie that's better than this right now. I mean, there's no better suspense. Is it going to break and flush the rising wedge pattern? Come on. Sure, I would love to be wrong here. I would love to see the flush because I still got one left. I'm still in the game. Still in the game. But you see what I mean, Notar? Come on, what's up with this lack of breaking down? I'm going to put my stop right there above the high of that candle there. So this is a winning trade no matter what now. But oh, okay. Okay. Oh, this could be spicy. Keep coming down. This could be a great looking candle. No, keep coming down. Well, I was hoping for a nice clean break, but even if this does come down, this is just a sloppy breakdown. I don't think I'm going to survive this one, though. Okay, I'm still in. Man, this trend line is a stubborn, dirty dog. UK swing trader. Hi, first time here. Enjoy. Hey, thanks. Good to have you all the way from across the pond. Okay, coming down. Come on. Give us a breakdown. Now, I realize some people are probably getting long here, and they're just cheering on the trend line. So that's the funny thing about the market. This trend line is like my mortal enemy right now. And for some of you, The trend line is like your knight in shining armor. Okay, there we go. There we go. Come on now. I'll move my stop loss down if it can get down through the 50 mark. Then I'll start to adjust it down. I'll just let it work for me here. Come on, keep coming down. Come on. There we go. I'm going to move my stop loss down here. So now I'm in the sweet spot of trading. I'm going to make money. My only stress right now is how much money am I going to make? Right? Because I don't know how far down the price is going to go. And that is the sweet spot of trading. There's no stress of, am I going to make money? Am I going to lose money? No. My only stress is, hey man, how much money am I going to make? And it's a good stress. Let me tell you, if you've never been in the sweet spot of trading, try to get yourself there. It is a great stress to have. How much money am I going to make? Because again, I have no idea. I don't know the future. I have no idea how far down this is going to go. So therefore, I don't know how much money I'm going to make. It's a great feeling. So I'd encourage you all, create this sort of stress in your trading where you are just stressed out about how much money am I going to make? Not if I make money, but how much. Hey, no, go back down. Go back down. What are you doing? What are you doing? Go back down. How do I knock? There's no way I don't get stopped out here. There's no way I survive this. Come back down, my friend. Oh, there we go. Yeah, my friend. I'll try to Bob Ross it. We got a little happy moving average down here. Why don't you come visit this little happy moving average? There we go. Yeah. Oh, Bob Ross works. All right. Yeah. We got a little. Don't worry about this happy little trend line. Come down to this happy little trend line down here. There we go. Yeah. Good job. Come on. Yeah. Oh, don't worry about this. There's nothing here. Nothing to see here. Here. Let me do this. Let's see if this helps. Let me just get this out of here. Uh-oh. I lose my cursor every time because it's black. Anyways. I was going to try to black out that moving average right there. Just, yeah, don't worry about that. If it breaks down through there, good. I'm going to move my stop loss down some more. So like I said, as this goes in my favor, I'm just going to move the stop loss down. And we're going to just let this ride. But I should have kept the faith, huh? I guess in hindsight. Should have had more faith. No, Tar, did you keep the faith? Or did you lose a little faith like I did? I'm glad, like I said, if I did one thing right here, it was at least keeping a contract in the position. That is the one thing. I don't want to be too hard on myself, but I'm glad I did that. And it feels good to be wrong that the rising wedge did indeed get some follow through. Okay, now let's see this thing come down, and eventually, if I can, I'll move my stop above the high of that candle. But this is the 21 EMA. So it would not be shocking at all. And if I had multiple contracts, yep, I'm out there. All right. Well, that worked out nice. The good old rising wedge got up here by these resistance areas, decided to get short. Right there, lost the faith. So I reduced position size to lock in some gains, which was just a risk management maneuver, right? I manage risk in two ways. Way number one, I just reduced my position size. That is risk management at a very primitive level. Smaller position size, less risk. Now, of course, the flip side of that is you're going to have less upside potential. But that's why I still hung on to one, just in case I was wrong. And indeed, I was wrong. It broke down. And look at that. Look at the 21 EMA. Booyah. Again, is the 21 EMA a holy grail? It's not. But if you've a regular of the live stream, then this sort of action, I hope by this point, does not shock you to see this sort of action right there at the 21 EMA. The whole market is rolling over. I keep a go. Yeah, because the whole market was like, uh-oh, we got a rising wedge pattern. Uh-oh. You lost the faith totally? Oh, no, wait. You lost the faith down there. All right, well, good job, Notar. Good job. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of that level. I think this, I don't even know if, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and get rid of that one too. So there we go. A nice rising wedge breakdown. I was in a position where if this thing, for whatever reason, wanted to get extra spicy and just keep bleeding, then you saw me. I would have just kept moving my stop loss down. But, yeah. So like I said, I'd encourage you as traders, the sooner you can get yourself into a trade plan where you have that stress of not if you make money, but how much money am I going to make? I'm telling you, it's a beautiful stress. So aim for that as traders. Hey, if you are enjoying, if you like that trade, if you have maybe learned something during that trade or whatever, hit that like button. We are stalled out on likes. So if you have not yet hit that like button and you want to contribute to keep the live stream moving, we got to keep the likes moving. So make sure you hit that like button. It has real world impacts. Because the length of the live stream is dependent on the likes. Because I will keep doing this as long as I know people are entertained. And the way I gauge entertainment, what metric do I use, is that like button. So please hit that. There's it's not a vanity metric. I'm trying to use that as a genuine data point there. So all right, well, nice little trade. A little disappointed I lost the faith where I did, but I still think I played that right because it was getting squirrely there for quite a while. I like you. I like you too, Happy Days. Good to see you. I like you too, Happy Days. Are you not entertained? Is not why you are here? By the way, just this is totally off topic, but we're kind of just waiting to see now some chop. A site that I am now officially addicted to is right here. So if you're looking to not force a trade, seriously, go work on your typing. Monkey type. My record right now is 103 words per minute. So again, monkey type. I'm not being paid. They have not paid for this product placement. Just a random thought. So if you want to work on your typing, there you go. Okay, here we go. Ooh, is this a double top? I'll go with one, just small little micro. There we go. We'll see if this is a double top. If not, it'll be like, I don't know, $10 loss. Whoa! I didn't see that. I turned my head to look at Frank and his message, and then I was out. Well, I'm very glad I did one micro. Or I'm sorry. Yeah, one micro, yeah. All right, I tried. I failed. Onwards and upwards. So, all right, well, that was... You just can't... I mean, the 21 EMA, there it is. Did anybody go long at the 21 EMA? Do we have any longs here? If so, congratulations. No tar. Clay, it's fun trading here, even when we don't have a trade on, but we are still learning how the market moves. Well, thanks, No tar. Yeah. I mean, I know you're not new to the channel. I appreciate the feedback. I appreciate you being here. I appreciate the fact that you're somebody that maps out trade plans ahead of time so that we can see what you're thinking. Moose Cobb Ahmed, please give me money. You know what? I'll do something better for you, Muscab. I'm going to give you a ticker symbol that will get you guaranteed money. Okay? Muscab Ahmed. Are you still here, Muscab Ahmed? I have a guaranteed money-making ticker symbol for you. I'm not going to reveal it, though. You still got to be here. Wow, nice breakout. Very nice move. And now we're officially at one of those. I'm not willing to short this. That seems like stepping in front of a freight train. To go long right now seems like the FOMO. So I'm going to have to deploy the SOH order right now. SOH. Sit on hands. Oh, don't tell me Muscab is gone. Muscab, please don't tell me you're just going to like every live stream and asking for people to give you money. Please tell me you're still here. I have a guaranteed ticker symbol for you. I have a ticker symbol that is guaranteed to put money in your pocket. But guaranteed, they do exist. This ticker symbol, guaranteed. Give him a TP profit. Yeah. No, I got something even better than that. Guaranteed profits. Because to be fair, if you do the prop firm route, there's no guaranteed profits. But I can give him something that is a ticker symbol, guaranteed money. Hey, UK swing trader, don't steal my thunder. Don't steal my thunder. All right, for anybody wondering, I think Muscab is gone. But what were you going to give Muscab? You said you had a guaranteed ticker. I do. Ticker symbol JOB. There you go. There's a little asterisk. about not being guaranteed. Now, the asterisk is if you're like a meth dealer, if you're like robbing banks, I'm not going to say that. That's not really the job I'm thinking of. But like if it's a legitimate job, there you go. Guaranteed funds right there. Ticker symbol JOB. So there you go, Muscab, even though you left. All right, got to pull back here. No, not Joe B, just job. Just job. All right. Watching, thinking about, interested in the 21 EMA down here, but we'll see. We still do, for more of a broader picture, I'll just draw this in. We still essentially do have, at least I think we do, a rising wedge pattern. So I'm still a little sketched out of going long now. But if I do, I plan on being relatively aggressive with profit taking. Are you generally a short bias trader? No, I'll do whatever. It don't matter. If I was pushed into a corner, I would choose to short. But like I'm indifferent, especially with futures. Futures move so solid that sometimes with stocks, it just seemed like shorting would work better. But with like futures, they're just so awesome that it don't matter. At least as far as I can tell. I am, like I said, I might try along here if I start to see some sort of sign of potential strength. But the 5-minute does have me a little freaked out. I will admit that. See, now I don't like this because if I get long here and I put my stop loss below the low where I'd like to have it, well, I can't put it right there because now I'm slightly above the green line. So if I go below the green line, the 21 EMA, now I'm kind of right above these lows. So I should probably have my stop down here. But now what am I doing? I have my entry point way up here. My stop loss is way down there. I don't want to take on that sort of risk profile. So at this point, there's just really, as far as my eyes can see, I'm not saying that this is, this is just my opinion. I'm just an idiot talking. But for me, I'm not seeing anything that really makes sense from the risk-reward scenario right now, based on where I'd have to put my stop. But like I said, I'm an idiot. If you listen to me, you are an idiot. I'm just here just talking. I'm here just trying to entertain. I'm trying to entertain you and make you aware of Pam's plant. True, a beautiful idiot. Thank you for that correction. A beautiful idiot. Yeah, if this one's consolidated out enough, I could see a long right there. Looking for it to push up through that pivot point, maybe revisit highs, and then you can get a nice tight little stop down around here. And then as time goes by, the closer and closer that purple line is going to work itself up. What EMA are you using? The green line there is the 21 EMA, and that is the only EMA I'm using. How often do you water Pam's plant? Often. Well, I guess I don't know. What do you mean by water? If you mean by talking about it, I talk about it often. If that's how you're defining watering Pam's. And you even spelled it right, Anthony. Good. Well done. Well done. It seems like it would generally be a good plan to go long above that 21 EMA and go short below it. Yeah. I would not call you crazy. Especially, I appreciate you using the word generally. So I realize you're not making some sort of like 100% truth, absolute truth claim. You're just saying generally speaking. Yeah, I think that's a more than valid starting point. Spinning top on 15-minute. Oh, yes. The previous candle. Yep. Yeah, who said that? RG Ride? Yeah, good call. Good eye. So even more reason why I'm a little sketched out of going long right now. Honestly, I did not see that, but that's another benefit of the live chat. People make comments, and it's like, oh yeah, good call. What is an EMA? An exponential moving average. Those are the two main ones would be SMA, which stands for simple moving average, or an EMA, which is an exponential moving average. Mikey, calling the top. Okay, Mikey, well, where's your entry point? Where's your stop? Because, Mikey, that's just a broad statement. So let's bring a little bit more details, Mikey. Notar is short again at 58. His stop is at 71. All right. All right, Notar. I'm thinking I might join you. I might join you. I'm not quite sure I'm sold on the short yet either, but I smell what you're stepping in. I can see it. I can see it. Like I said, I'm not quite willing to go there yet. Short at 58. Okay. Stop at 81. I love it, Tactical. So look in the chat. This is what it's all about. Giving actual trade plans. Notice the lack, well, not from everybody, but the lack of broad statements. I love the detailed trade plans. And even if you are wrong, please don't scare to be wrong if you give us a trade plan. If anybody makes fun of you, they will be banned. Because at least you had the courage to throw out the trade plan ahead of time. At least you had the courage to not just say, make some broad statement or do hindsight armchair quarterback trading. You threw your hat in the arena. So you will have nothing but our respect. So please do. If I map out, if I do what he's saying, then there's a chance people would know that I'm wrong. Who cares? Being wrong is part of trading. Oh, I see. So, Mikey, you're calling the top when you have no skin in the game. Gotcha. You're one of those people, huh? Let me just flap my lips, even though I have no skin in the game. I'm just gonna flap away. Be careful, Mike. Make sure there's no, make sure there's no electrical cords above you. I don't want to see your flapping lips carry up into the electric car, the electric wires and electrocute you, buddy. Careful. Clay, I asked you this a few weeks ago. I believe you said you didn't know. Maybe someone in the chat. Okay, yeah. I still don't know. Can you trade a pro account along with copy traded past test? Yeah. I'm pretty sure on that you can. You can copy, because I think there was just an email that they sent out with that same question. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that you can copy test accounts and pro accounts at the same time. Just make fun of Clay. Exactly. Anything, that's fine. Make fun of me. I'm unfunnable. I'm unmake funnable. Yeah. I'm trying to rewrite the English language. It ain't working. You can. Thank you, Mark, for the cover fire. Yeah, and this is why. I'd be nervous to be short right now. Look, that's a nice little candle. Again, I'm not saying that, but like I said, I am in total, this action right now has me in SOH mode. So, gotta sit on my hands. I'm still good. Yeah, we're still keeping that line out there. I think that might still come into play. So in the very near term, that's kind of the spicy trend. I probably shouldn't have drawn that. Now I'm going to... So if I took that short, that's 52. My stop is up there. That's 62. So I'm risking about 15 points. I don't know if I want to risk 50 points, especially when the 5 minute... Yes, I'm talking to myself right now, so leave me alone. Don't make fun of... Don't cry for me. So yes, I'm going to pass right now on that. Hi, being a day trader, do you have to worry about fundamentals, economic indicator data? Yeah, just you want to know when big news is coming out, Manju. Very good question. So yes, I'll look at what's called an economic calendar, and if there's a big announcement, or for example, if Powell is going to update interest rates, that's something that's good to know about, because you don't want to be in a trade, because at that point, all bets are off. The price can spike, go all over the place. So yes, even as a technical trader, there's that 3% where it's all right, let me just check the news headlines real quick. Let me just especially check the economic calendar. So this is the one tool that you as a trader absolutely should have. So if you go to my site, just go to blog and then economic calendar. I have several videos on it. So right there, there's so like I said, just go to the site, type economic calendar over there, and there will be some information. But yes, that's really the only thing that I Maybe some people would disagree, but other, just like I said, glance the headlines, check the economic calendar, and that's about it. Then after that, it just goes to the charts. But good question. Zach Wilson looking for a long if it goes above 62. Yeah, I'm where's your stop at, Zach? Where's your stop at? You are welcome. A short is tough today. It looks so bullish today. Yeah. Again, it's right at the trend line. I just don't have the heart to take it short. Don't have the heart to take that short. I mean, you could take it short here, stop above the pivot point right there. So it's not like it's a terrible risk, but just the overall trend is still just kind of slowly creeping upwards. So it's a little scary for me. It just doesn't seem like there's necessarily an edge there. Stop at 55. All right, sounds good. There's no quicker way to freak me out than to tell me your entry point ahead of time, which is great. I love people telling me entry points before the price gets there. There's nothing more annoying than somebody showing up and saying, yeah, I bought right there. It's like, I mean, okay, maybe you did, but to be fair, this is the internet where people can just say stuff. But if you tell me your entry point ahead of time, that's great. But if it's just an entry point with no stop loss, I start to get scared. I get a little squeamy. With futures, do you use level 2? No. This over here is called the DOM, the DOM, depth of market. So it's kind of like level 2. Some people love to use it. I don't. I just have it here because I know some people do like it and like to watch it. And right now, by the way, not only is this trend line providing support, but you also have the 21 EMA. So again, that green line doing work. But is it about to fall? Doesn't matter. I'm sticking with it. You said you don't. I just can't short. I guess I could go 1. Just in case. Let's do that. Let's go 1. Nope, I missed it. All right, never mind. Hi, Clay. What is your leverage? Well, I'm in a prop firm, so I don't look at it as leverage, but the way it would work if you want to do what I'm doing, again, using a prop firm and then trading futures and take profit trader. So for this thing that you see at the top of the screen, 50K for the 102. So for $102, that's how much money you would have at risk is $102. You would be able to buy up to 6 of the very volatile contracts, such as NQ, or 60 of the less volatile, such as MNQ. So that's essentially the leverage. $102 gets you 50K in buying power. That 50K in buying power allows you to buy up to 6 of very, very high volatile contracts or 60 of the less volatile contracts. So that is one of the beautiful things about prop firms is you get great leverage. Just took another $75 profit. Good job, Notar. Not looking like I'm going long. Yeah, I in my opinion, I think your trade plan no longer even really makes that much sense. I guess it could make sense again because I realized you were looking at that pivot. But now if we were to come all the way back up there, I don't know. That had me a little freaked out. Well, if anybody did take that short, I guess congratulations. I didn't have the heart to do it, but oh yeah, where did Laura Croft go? Yeah, that's a problem. I took the week of vacation last week, and I know live streaming is a savage game. I mean, it's the world of media. If you disappear for even a week, you lose people. I'm still trying to recover the numbers. Like the numbers have been down all this week, just because I took 1 week off. It's crazy. I can see how live streamers get burned out though. So I don't know how to, because like I said, taking a week off really dampened my numbers. Again, they're slowly coming back, which is encouraging. But I think Laura Croft has just been, she was a casualty of that. Maybe we'll see her again. But yeah, she was the queen of the emoji. I'm short at 57. Doggone it, Brad. Again, you got to tell us that ahead of time. Showing up now and telling us you got short way up here, it don't count, brother. The day Brad, who I love, that's why I give him so much grief. The day Brad gives us a trade plan ahead of time is the day I look out my window and I see a cat falling and then a dog falling. I hear some thunder and I look out and it's just cats and dogs. Mikey, nobody's impressed by you calling the top, Mikey. You have no skin in the game. That's not impressive. Sorry. With all due respect, Mikey, nobody's impressed by anybody making calls that have no skin in the game. With all due respect. And anybody that has traded with skin in the game understands exactly what I mean by that. Because, man, it is easy to flap them lips when you don't got any skin in the game, or you're not going to be putting any skin in the game. I texted before it got there. Did you? All right, Brad, I could have missed it. So, well done. Looks like a fantastic entry point on your part. So, good, Brad. My apologies then. Apologies. Look at that. I'm looking out the window, Brad. I see cats and dogs. Amazing. Amazing, Brad. Good job. Congrats, though. In all seriousness, very good job on the entry. What did you say? 57 was your entry? Good job. Anybody that is short, just be leery. Be leery of that purple line. Not saying the price can't push down through there, but I could see that being a potential very annoying spot. Hey, we're actually doing really good on likes. Can we get 12 more? Can we push this up to 150? If you're enjoying, if you want to help the stream keep on moving, hit that like button. So that this is not a vanity metric. It's got very real implications because the live stream, I will keep going. I'll keep the party moving as long as I know people are entertained and enjoying themselves. And I measure that via the like button. So if you have not yet hit the like button and you are enjoying yourself, make sure to do that. It has practical implications as far as the live stream is concerned. So if you don't mind doing that, if you're enjoying, then do it. That's the LSD Clay. That's true, because when I look this way, I literally, I'd move the camera to show you what I see, but it's just the wall. There's not even a window right there. So yeah, maybe it is I don't know, can we talk about LSD? Yesterday I was worried about the algorithm might get mad at me because I talked about, All right. Okay, all right. Let's see. I could be interested now in a long if it wants to come back down here. All right. That line's got to stay there. So my rule is I can only do 3 yellow lines at a time, but I'm down to 1, so I can add in 1 more, no problem. But yeah, right here. I could see this being an interesting area for a long. Not only do we have this previous area of support, we also have the purple line right there, 50-period moving average. So does the price come down there, find some buyers? I mean, there's been buyers down here before, so that's not really a question. They've been down there right there again. But there are no guarantees. So there's no guarantees that the buyers are still there, but nobody could accuse you of behaving randomly because you're making a move out of this area. Well, hey, there's been buyers there before, so it's reasonable to think that they might still be there. Audience will increase. This stream feels like a family trading together. Well, I hope it increases. I think the record right now is 337 concurrent. So that's the record. And yeah. My personal goal is I kind of challenge myself. I'd love to see if I could get this up to 1,000 concurrent. But on the flip side, I don't know. If it gets up to 1,000, is the chat box going to get way too crazy? I don't know. Because I do like to be able to read everyone. I do, and I guess I fail sometimes. I don't read everyone. But I think I'm at like a 90%. If you make a message, I'll read it and try to interact with it. Average 90% of traders lose money, but somehow the YouTube chat is like 90% winners. Just insane how people think they are good where they had 1 good day and 5 days blowing accounts. Yeah, no. And that's the thing about trading. It can be very deceptive too, right? Bad hat. Like you can behave totally irrationally. You can do, and I kid you not, because I've done it before. You could do literally everything you're not supposed to do in a trade and still make money. That's how crazy the markets are. But the problem with that is the market reinforces bad habits. And when you're new and you're just getting started, you can very easily confuse your bad habits with a skill because, you're making money, but it's not, you're actually just getting lucky. It's what I like to call fool's gold. So yes, the market is very good at handing out fool's gold to people because it's crazy. In many professions, like if you do everything the exact opposite of how you're supposed to do it, like you'll just fail, right? Like if you're trying to drive a car and you do the exact opposite of making it go, meaning you want to go, but you do the opposite, so you hit the brake. Like in that situation, you're not going to move. But in like trading, you could want to go, you could hit the brake, yet you still go. And then you think all of a sudden that, I don't know if that's the best analogy, but yes, you're right. That the market does like to hand out fool's gold. And it's very tricky, and it's why I'm always in a tough spot when somebody shows up and they don't know what they're doing, but they're making money, and I try to tell them, yeah, you don't really know what you're doing. You're a hater. You're just a hater. how much did you make? And I'm like, well, no, I didn't actually make any money because I had a stop loss and I got stopped out, and then it went with the move. Well, yeah, see, you lost money. I made money. Hater, don't be jealous of me. It's like, okay. So that's why it's hard, because people that are experiencing fool's gold, if you try to tell them it's fool's gold, then they're just going to throw in your face that you're a hater, you're jealous, and that's why it's hard. That's why at some point you just got to kind of give your 2 cents. Some people are open to it, most people aren't. And you just, the world goes on. Good job, Brad. First profit at 48. Good, yeah. All right, nice, Brad, because now it's going back up against you. Lucy in the sky with diamonds. Lucy in the sky with diamonds. Why did 2 people say that in a row? What is Lucy in the sky with diamonds? That must be some sort of adage. I don't know what is. Clay, I have skin in the game. My reputation is at stake here. No. That's, we all know there's a little bit of a difference here. But good try, Mikey. Good try. We all love you. I appreciate you already being honest and saying, no, I'm not trading today. So at least we have the context that you're just here kind of flapping your lips. So I do actually appreciate I appreciate that. Because if somebody is like, yeah, I'm not trading today, and then I still see comments about them calling stuff, I'm like, all right, I'm going to disregard that just because, like, it's way different to make a call when you know you're about to put skin in the game versus you know you're not making any trades, so you just start, kind of almost having diarrhea of the mouth. But again, I don't have any problems with diarrhea of the mouth if you tell me that it's just diarrhea of the mouth, because I know. So diarrhea all the way you want. Just let me in the chat know that you're not actually trading on the day. Is the leverage for 1 micro 2 times the price? So in futures, 1 NQ is worth $20 per point. 1 MNQ is $2. So P&L wise, NQ moves 10 times as quick. Again, P&L wise. So that's why I say NQ are very, very volatile. What does the P&L mean? That means profit and loss. Good. Who was that? Official Tommy White. Good question. Yes, P&L means profit and loss. Versace, you rock Versace. Even though you're trying to give people okay, I might try this here. Can we get a push up through that area here? Breakout or get out? Okay, this is what I want to see it come down here, hit the green line, and then go. And then I'm going to take that trade. But my first step is I want to see it first come down there and hit that line. Do you have a set P&L for the day? No. Daily profit goals, weekly profit goals, in my mind, are the devil. They play way too many mind games with me. Logorrhea. Because here's the problem with profit targets in my mind. Let's just say you have, I don't know, you want to make $250 a day. Okay? And then you're at $242. Uh-oh, you failed the goal. You failed the goal. So the voice is going to be like, well, you didn't hit your profit target. Time to make another trade. Let's try to make $8 more, right? That's the voice that can show up. If your goal is 250 and you're at 242, then definitionally speaking, you failed. You did not hit your goal. You failure. So that's why I don't like that. I don't like to have that kind of false pressure. Now, I'm gonna try to go to Miss Cleo mode. I'm gonna try to read the minds of some of you here. Perhaps some of you here are saying 2 words in your mind. Close enough. Be honest. Was anybody thinking close enough during this example right here? Give me a 1 in the chat box. Was anybody thinking close enough? And again, this is not a trap. I'm just saying, did I read anybody's mind? Okay. Close. Fair enough. So for good. Good. All right, cool. So for all of you where I read your mind, here's my question. Define close enough. Like, what would you define as close enough? So clearly you're saying that $8 is close enough. But what happens if this was at $230? Is that still close enough or no? So how do you define close enough? Let's ask there. Again, not everybody that gave a 1, answer that question for me. How do you define close enough? Again, how do you define close enough? Well, a very lackluster break of that. If I'm being honest, I thought if it would push up through that pivot point, it would have gotten moving. So I got that wrong. I'm not saying it can't keep on moving up. I'm just saying in my mind, that seemed like that would have been a little bit more. Okay, so a lot of you right around 10%. Okay, fair enough. So let's say that if 250 is your goal, so 250 is your goal, and you're saying, hey, you know what? As long as you're, and I can do this math mentally, as long as it's 10%, that's close enough. So that's $25. Okay. So in other words, the true profit target in all actuality is $225, right? Is everybody following the math? Because it's 250, but you're defining close enough as 10%. So as long as you're at 225, then that is close enough. Okay. Question. You're now at 224. You failed. You didn't hit your goal. You didn't even get to the close enough goal. Now what? Now what, you failure? Now what? You didn't even get to the close enough point. Time to go make another trade, I guess, right? Gotta find that extra dollar. You're not even close enough. Does everybody see the problem? Because as soon as you define close enough, well, then now you're going to have the potential where you're almost to your close enough point, but you're still not there. So that's why, to me, I just argue I don't have profit goals. I have setup goals, meaning my goal every day is to take quality setups. That's it. That's it. That's all I care about, to take quality setups. If taking quality setups leads me to XYZ on one day and taking quality setups leads me to ABC on another day, then so be it. So, yeah, Skep3K says, yep, I take another trade. Exactly. Which I appreciate the honesty, but I think we can all agree going out there searching for another trade to make $1 is absolutely ridiculous. But that's me, right? That's what I would struggle with. That's the mind games that profit targets and all that sort of stuff do with me. Anthony says he would too. Exactly. So would I. So would I. Which is the dumbest thing ever, right? Because, I mean, think about it. Then because the most valuable commodity is time. So you could be sitting there for the next 30 minutes. All right, I got to make $1. So really, now all of a sudden, you've made your time worth 50 cents an hour, right? If you're going for $1 and you're going to spend 30 minutes looking to try to make that $1, I mean, all of a sudden, you are working for 50 cents an hour. Like, what are you doing with your life? Again, I would do the same thing. That's why, in my mind, I don't do that sort of stuff. Now, maybe you can look at those numbers and be like, nope, I have no psychological impact. It is what it is. I'm jealous of you, but that's not me. If you set a hard target, do you get out of the winning trade because you hit your daily goal? That's another good point, Curtis. That's another problem with it, right? That's another way you could attack this argument. If you're, along with this, your target is 250. You're in a trade. The price hits 250, so you just get out arbitrarily because it's 250, and then it does something like this. And you're like, wow, that could have been 1250. But you just pulled yourself out of the trade because you have that. Instead of, again, my approach would be just trade the setups, trade the plan, and let it. So if you're just trading the setup, trading the plan, well, then you could end up at 1250. But if you're just doing it based on this, well, hey, I'm at my profit goal, trading the P&L, I'm going to get out now. So that's my opinion. But yeah, good point, Curtis. Thanks, V. Yeah, new to futures. Well, V, if you already use charts, then you already know how to trade futures. Because if you're trading stocks right now, for example, the only difference is instead of using charts to trade stocks, you'd now be using charts to trade futures. There's one minor difference, but it's very easily explained. I wouldn't shoot for the $1. I would go for the 250 at that point. Well, it's the same thing, Anthony. So now you're searching for $26. Like, really? Like, I hope you know how ridiculous that sounds. The point is, you're no longer, you're feeling obligated to trade. So now you're going to, and when you feel obligated to trade, now you're going to use these next two words, or these three words. Or what? I can make it, oh, I'm an idiot. 5 words. I can make it work. Okay, that pattern's good enough. I can make it work. Right? I can make it work for that extra $26. I mean, and who knows if it's even one of your setups. It's close enough to your setup. I can make it work, and then all of a sudden you're down 260. Yeah, Anthony, you say all that stuff. I don't, yeah, that's fine. I was going to say I don't believe you, but to be fair, maybe you are able to mentally handle all that stuff. But for me, it plays too many mind games with me. So, but that's me. Sounds like you are more mentally strong than I am, Anthony. Yeah, $500 a day keeps the day job away. That is my general mentality, just to help keep gains in perspective, because it's so easy to lose perspective when you look around social media and you see people throwing up huge numbers. And let's just assume those numbers are true. I mean, it's very easy to be like, man, I stink. I am not a good trader. And then you look down and you're like, wait, did I just make $250 in like 7 minutes? Like, who complains about making $250 in 7? But I mean, that's what, yeah. So again, $500 a day keeps the day job away. I think is a good just general philosophy to help keep you grounded in reality. Because if you do $500 and then you do the math over an entire year, I mean, that's really quality money. But it's amazing how, especially in the world of futures where gains can add up very quickly, you could find yourself looking at 500 and being like, oh, I'm not that good. Would it be wiser to trade the market taking the number of trades it provides, whether it's 1 or 2 trades, and just taking the profits you get? Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, the wisest way to trade the market is to trade when you have an edge. That's it. So, and that's the whole point of a strategy, right? If a strategy is not giving you an edge, I guess it is still a strategy, but it would be a strategy that gives you bad trades, because a bad trade is defined as something where there is no edge. So yes, the wisest way to trade is to follow your strategy, assuming your strategy is giving you situations where you have an edge. And the edge is such a critical word. Take note, I'm not saying that gives you a guarantee, because those don't exist. But does your strategy give you an edge? So yes, the wisest way is to follow your strategy, assuming your strategy gives you an edge. Does TPT allow trading through? It does, yes. So once you choose your the purchasing power you want through the prop firm, which again for you viewers, this is what I'm doing. I'm trading through a prop firm. So step 1 would be, and Riri, I don't know if she's still here, but as far as what platform and broker I'm using, my setup is this. I'm using Take Profit Trader as my prop firm. So you would select what purchasing power you want. Then the next question during the checkout phase is what platform do you want? And per the question I just got, there is TradingView right there. Now I use Tradovate. So again, my setup, my platform is I'm using Tradovate through Take Profit Trader. But yes, you can use the prop firm that I'm using, Take Profit Trader, and you can use TradingView right there. Good question. Well, what size account? You can use multiple accounts. This account here is a 150K. But yes, I have multiple accounts. I'm mainly 150K, 50K. But yes, you can have, again, multiple accounts, so you can be trading a variety of accounts. How can we use TradingView? Can somebody help Zach with that? Because I don't use TradingView. That's 125K a year. Exactly, yeah. And yet, it's crazy that $500 a day is $125,000 a year. Yet our minds can have us look at $500 and say, oh man, that's all I made. But I mean, it makes sense if you're used to looking around social media and YouTube and seeing people make thousands and thousands of dollars. Like, it's crazy how all of a sudden you could look at $500 in a day, and with futures and how fast things move, that could be $500 that you made in like 30 minutes and then like not be happy with it. It's crazy. It's crazy, I tell you. Why do I trade futures versus stocks? Because futures move way, because of this right here, Alfloro. What we talk about around here is Pam's plant. Right here. Futures are way better than stocks for all these reasons, especially when it comes to stocks right there. I don't have to scan. And then with the prop firm, I have mainly this right here, the risk control. I love how I can protect my own money because I have very little money at risk. How so? Well, on this account right here, You know, that you see at the top of the screen, the 50K. My risk, your risk, if you use code Clay for the 40% off, your risk is literally $102. So if you buy the account for 102, you pass the test, you get into the pro accounts, and you start making money, you're in the entire time, your risk is $102. Now, if you go and you lose $2,000, that means they take the account away from you. Now, does that mean you lost $2,000? It doesn't. It means you just lost the account, meaning you lost whatever amount you paid for the account, which in this situation would be 102. So that is the main reason why when prop firms get introduced, I mean, stocks, stocks is literally pure garbage from many different angles, especially when you look through it through the risk lens. I don't feel anything anymore. Win or lose. Good. That's what you want. What's your win rate? I don't know. I don't know what my win rate is. Win rates are overrated because you could have a 95% win rate and still not be profitable. So I really do not care about win rates. I'm not saying a win rate is worthless. Don't mishear me. Maybe okay. I did say they're worthless. So let me rephrase. I think win rates, people place way too much emphasis on them. Because again, and I've been there, you can have you could have a 90%, 95% win rate and still not be profitable. I thought you were talking about a real plan. Nope. Yep, Pam's plan is just whatever acronym, I think it's called. What if you fail eval? It's another 102. Good question. So the way that it works, which is very nice, is with Take Profit Trader, at least again that I'm using. So let's just say you go with the 100K purchasing power. So 100K purchasing power, 198. If you fail, so if you lose 3,000, that means they'll take the account away from you. You can try again in prop firm lingo with Take Profit Trader. It's called, you can reset the account. You can reset the account for $100, which is pretty nice. So nice little perk there to try again to reset is $100. And I should also note that this monthly charge is only during the test phase. But after you pass the test, and move into the pro account, there is no more monthly fees, which makes it really nice. Because in these accounts, you're getting real-time data. But now you're not even paying for it per month. So please check virtual. I don't know what virtual is. I do not know what virtual is. Complete noob. Well, it's great to have you. We all start off as complete noobs. Do you follow proper risk? No, I don't. I just make it up as I go, Max Edits. So if you want to see somebody that just makes it up and never talks about stop losses or never talks about risk profile, then I'm not the, what is a stop loss? I don't do anything. I don't do proper risk reward. Nope. I'm making it up as I go. And anybody that's hung out on the live stream probably understands that they've never heard me ever talk about risk management or stop losses or risk profiles or anything like that. Never. What's the test like? It's right here. If you go to their website, they tell you what it is. It's right here. So for the 50K account, the test is make 3,000, but you got to manage risk. Don't lose 2,000. So that, and there's a couple other very minor rules, like they don't want you holding overnight, so you have to be out of all your positions every day at 5 p.m. Eastern because that's when the futures market closes. So like little things like that. Are you able to set up auto trail? I'm so confused. Jeff, aren't you with Take Profit Trader? Are you able to set up auto trailing stop loss? I don't know. I'm not sure. Maybe you can within the ATM landscape. I guess I don't know that for sure. But maybe. I guess that'll be my answer. Maybe you can. All right. I should get this line in play too. Now, that's an interesting. Now, I would like to take this short below here. The problem is on the 5 minute. So this is why I would argue got to have multiple time frames. Look what's going to be right below the breakdown on the 2 minute. The 21 EMA on the 5 minute. Does that guarantee a bounce? It doesn't. But is it valid? Is it plausible that the price could come down there and then bounce? Yes, that is very plausible. So that is why multiple time frames, very, very important. Because right now, this looks like, oh man, if it breaks, whee, there's nothing here. But then you look over at the 5 minute and it's like, oh, there's actually that 21 EMA. Is there any activation fee after completing the test? If you use code Clay, there is not. Because usually, yes, there is a $130 activation fee. But with code Clay, you get the 40% off and then 0 activation fee. So max edits, that tells me you're not a beginner to the prop firm world. Because that's a more astute question. But no, that's the nice thing about their current deal, which again, if you want to support the channel and get the deal, code Clay gives you 40% off and $0 activation fee. Don't say that stock trading is real garbage. Well, it depends. Day trading, it's garbage. It's pure garbage, Skylu. Pure garbage, mathematically provable. Pure garbage because it's very inefficient. Pure garbage because you're taking on way more risk. Pure garbage because it's a very inefficient use of your capital. So yes, day trading stock, and this is coming from somebody that used to day trade stocks for over a decade. I've day traded stocks and options for over a decade, and I can say, and again, this is not some sort of like my opinion. No, mathematically provable. Day trading stocks, day trading options are garbage, especially options. Options is like the dumbest thing you can do day trading. Again, mathematically in fact, if anybody's here, I'd be happy to show you the math. If you're somebody here that day trades options, you're like, wait, what does this guy mean? What does this guy mean? I'm being very inefficient day trading options. I'd be happy to show you. Just let me know. I'm new to futures trading. Awesome. Well, that was a good question you asked, though. It made me think that you were not new to futures trading. What's up, Clay? How are we feeling? I'm feeling like I want to go short here, but I can't because on the 5-minute, I'd be shorting right into this 21 EMA, which could very realistically be a bounce point. So I'm not willing to take the risk of getting short and then having it come down there and then bounce in my face. So that's how I'm feeling right now. But who knows? Maybe you're not worried about the 21 EMA in the 5 minutes. So you're like, no, I'm not worried about that. I'm getting short here. Okay. All the best to you. But when using the copy trade feature, which does suck? I'm not sure what that's. I think Matt must be talking to somebody else. I've been day trading options. Let me see the stats. Okay, cool. So just options. And remember, the argument here is that you cannot, the argument is not that it's impossible to make money day trading options. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it's inefficient. You're working harder, not smarter. Because the way options work is this. You buy an option, and the obvious way you make money is, well, you buy it, it goes up. Fair enough. All right, yeah, of course, you made money. Obvious way you lose money is that you buy, it goes down. Okay, yeah, fair enough, you lost money. But anything with a value can do 3 things, because other things can just go sideways, right? Whether that's a house, a car, an option, stock, anything, it can go up, it can go down, or it can go sideways. So the rational person is going to say, well, if it goes sideways, that's like neutral. No, not so in options. You lose money. How so? There's something called theta. So think about it. Of the 3 things that an option can do, 2 of those 3 things cause you to lose money, meaning you have a 67% chance of losing money every time you take a trade, which is why if you're sitting here saying, but Clay, I day trade options and I make money. All kidding aside, I am very impressed by that. My question to you would be, can you imagine how much money you would have made, you would be making if you did not have to deal with theta? And not to mention futures just move better than options anyways, but let's just assume they move the exact same. Why would you choose to trade something that has theta involved when you don't even need to, when you don't need to? And that's where Pam's plan here comes into play, and why one of the arguments, so Pam's argues for why you should day trade futures, but right here, say goodbye to theta. Why deal with theta if you don't have to? Because yes, futures are contracts, but the big difference here is these contracts do not have theta. So, yeah, exactly, Spooky. Contracts depreciate. Not so with futures contracts. And not to mention, futures move better anyways. But even if we just concede they move the same, which is not true, but even if we just keep that, the same, yeah, theta. Why choose to deal with theta? In fact, we had somebody, do I still have it screenshotted? I think I might. Ernest from earlier? Yeah, right there. Ernest from earlier in the live stream. So glad I switched over to futures, saying that I know I would have lost in options due to theta. So a lot of trades where I'm guessing in futures, he got stuck in some sideways movement. And then, but with futures, who cares if you get stuck in sideways movement? Because there's no theta. But he said he's never going back to options. So Ernest Wooten is our newest convert that was open-minded enough to go give futures a try. And you see it right there. Flat out just saying, man, I'm not going back. I found my remedy for FOMO. Jazz and Clay commenting in the background. Do you want me to sing some jazz? How about selling options? Well, I mean, you can sell options, but that requires bigger accounts. That's very complicated. And there's a whole lot of risk, especially if you start to sell options naked. I promise I'm not getting provocative, but there is, in the world of options, there is something known as naked option selling, which is maybe the riskiest thing you can do in all of trading. I don't know that for sure, but it's got to be up there. Do futures require certain buying power? No. So the way, assuming that you do what I'm doing, which is using a prop firm, the only buying power you need, aka cash out of your pocket, like at the top of the screen, what you see. Whoops, let's get that. Oh boy, my life is in shambles. There we go. The only amount that you would need, so your quote unquote buying power would be $102. That amount out of your pocket, right there would give you $50K in buying power, which would allow you to buy up to 6 of the very volatile contracts or 60 of the less volatile. So in other words, I mean, if you want the 20, then you would need $90. So for $90, you can buy things that can make you way more than $90. Because I'm telling you, futures move and they move quick. Clay, I can agree. Okay, Slylu, I'm not sure you're understanding my argument. My argument, Pam's plant, is an argument for day traders. In the category of day trading futures through a prop firm is the most efficient way to go about day trading. So, but you're making like a swing trading argument. Yeah, if in the category of swing trading, Pam's plant would not be good because Pam's plant requires you to not be able to hold past the session. So that's what I'm saying. In the category of day trading futures compared to day trading stocks is pure and utter garbage. So you're jumping categories, Slylu. You are making an argument about swing trading, which is fine. Which is why I say right now I'm being very cruel to options in the category of day trading. But options in the category of investing are actually really cool. You can do covered calls, cash secured puts, the wheel strategy. You can do some really cool things with options in the category of investing. But in the category of day trading, options, as I've just shown with the math, is garbage. Okay, Slylu? Again, my argument is very well crafted. You've got to listen to it. So your argument is irrelevant because you crossed categories into swing trading. I'm not arguing about swing trading. I'm saying in the category of day trading, brother. Forex is pure. I mean, if you like watching paint dry, go day trade Forex. Now, Forex can move every now and then when there's some world drama, stuff like that. But usually there's not world drama. So if you like watching paint dry, hop on over to Forex. It's a slam dunk into a trash can. See, again, I keep trying to just offer up advice. Please, as a commenter, you've got to avoid words. It's, they, are, yes, no. You've got to be specified because you are hearing something that I said 3 to 5 seconds ago. And I'm going to keep on talking. So when you just say, it's a slam dunk, and I don't know what it's is. I don't know what they is, or I don't know what that is, or I don't know what, again, try to be, and to any live streamer you're talking about, be specific. So right here, V is a good example. He could have said, it is too news dependent. And then I'd be saying, well, what is too news dependent? But V actually said Forex. So he provided the context. Perfect. Forex is too news dependent. Yeah, Forex is it's very, again, if you want to be a day trader, one of the things of day trading is you want movement. And that's one of the great things about futures is they move. And you don't have to take my word for it. Ask anybody here that trades futures. And they will say, oh yeah, they move, which is why I never say to just do PAMs. Do not just do PAMs. Do PAM's plant. Trade them through a prop firm because, oh boy. Well, I'm gonna use $3,000 of my own money and I'm gonna set up my own futures account. Again, don't take my word for it. That $3,000 could be gone just like that because futures move. That's why when you do it in a prop firm, you're getting that built-in risk management, risk control. My bad about options. Okay, so what you meant was options day trading. It's a slam dunk into a trash can. Yes, agreed. Options day trading is definitely a slam dunk into the trash can, mathematically provable. Quite the acronym. It's best I could do. What platforms are good for futures? I like to use, well, again, my setup is twofold. Fold number one, I am doing it through a prop firm. My prop firm is the link that you see there at the top of the screen. It's also the one that's pinned in the chat box. So that would be step one layer of what I'm doing. And then through there, I'm doing Tradovate. All right, we are right back to that area here. Are we going to finally push up through there? Or is this going to be yet another rejection? I really don't know. All right, I'm in. Let's see if we can finally get a break. Not going to make a whole lot if I do because I'm taking on lower risk, but put my first profit target up there. All right, we're right at the pivot point. Very well could get rejected from it, but like I said, I'll take a swing at it. Maybe this is finally the time where we can get the breakout through it. I love the 5. I'm looking at the 5 minute. This thing is consolidated. I mean, come on now. Is now the time for it to finally move up? Maybe not, but I was definitely willing to take a stab at it. So that blinking blue line driving me nuts. I'm glad it doesn't happen every day, but today it's basically been an all-day thing. All right, I'm going to go ahead and get rid of the trend line there. It served its purpose for now. But let's see if we can get this thing to actually get moving. In fact, let's just do this. There we go. I'm going to move up my profit target. I'm going to look for a revisit up to these highs, if not even, and I'm not looking for the total highs, but that's going to be my initial target. I got plenty of green on the day, so. What? Oh. Blue line is my entry. Dotted brown line is that pivot point, which has been the very, very stubborn area. You can see it rejected the price there, rejected it there, rejected it there, fake breakout there, and right now currently getting rejected by it. So, but if it can break, I think that could unleash some momentum. But I really don't know if it will break because this, I mean, the track record is very, very stubborn. But usually when very, very stubborn levels fail, they can create some very nice movements. So it's just knocking on the door. Can it get the break? Now I'm looking for more than just a scalp. So I need to not only break through that level, but I need some continuation for sure too. So we'll see if it can get up there or not. Current goal, don't blow up account on day one. I mean, that's an admirable goal. Hey, speaking of goals, let's try this. Let's try to get this up to 200 likes by the 3-hour mark. So we have 28 minutes to get 35 more likes. I think we can do it. We have a little over 200 people. So if you're enjoying, make sure you hit that like button. And I will for sure go beyond the 3-hour mark if we can get up to 200 likes. So for sure, I'm not saying I won't keep going, but let's see if we can hit that goal. Let's see if there's enough interested people here that are entertained enough. What's the best way to start trading? AK for dummies. Marco, I'd encourage you. Good timing on your question. I'm doing this free class tonight. So this is only for beginners, but as a beginner, as somebody in your phase, I think this could offer you a whole lot of value. So there you go. Sign up for it. And of course, everybody else, you're also invited if you want to sign up for it. All right, as of now, still that brown line. Started a NinjaTrader account, but I find the browser platform almost impossible to use. Yeah, I do not use NinjaTrader. I like Tradovate. Some people love NinjaTrader though, but I put the community of AMPX at 3. Check it out. I put the on AM. I'm not sure what that means, Frank. I'm going to add 2 more if it goes right there, and then I have an area for my stop. There we go. So put my stop now down here. So this is either going to make a move back up, or I got my stop right there. So I added 2 more in. So still a small position, nothing crazy. But I'm going to take off 1 right there, just since I did add in, try to get a little bit more aggressive with that first one. But yeah, I love as it looks at this exact moment in time. Great. But this candle is still forming. But I mean, I like how it looks right now. We'll see if it wants to give me a bounce off that level. So just scattering some targets out there if it wants to all of a sudden spike. My first target is at that red line right there. Oh, you should. All I now need is just retest the pivot point. That's it. Now it's not even going to retest the pivot point. Come on. Come on. Oh my goodness, it can't even fill me at that first one. Is a free class to... yeah, I do talk about the mentorship at the end. So it's free and there's valuable information. But yeah, if people trying to sell stuff, ekolaki offends you, then probably don't attend. If capitalism offends you, do not attend. Ekolaki. Oh, how did it not fill me? There's nothing worse than dealing with a socialist in the chat box while experiencing a trade that almost hits you and then is about to stop you out. Man, sometimes live streaming is rough. Oh, no, there's no way. There's no way I survive this. Is there a way to watch the class from Europe? Yeah. Sign up and a link is emailed out to watch the replay, and I'm about to get stopped out. And stopped out. Wow. That movement right there couldn't even fill me on that one. Well, once again, that pivot point, it's a stubborn sucker, that's for sure. Yes, I do talk about my mentorship program at the end. I do. But is there good, valuable information as part of the class? Yes, absolutely. And people like that need to hear it. Hey, Doc. Good to see you. I always love it when people expect you to work for free. Is this a free class? Or are you going to try to sell me something? Well, no, yeah, it's free. There's a lot of good information. And then at the end, I do talk about my mentorship for the people that are interested. But if in your mind it goes to you are evil because you sell something, then I don't know how you operate in life, given that everybody sells something. Given that you sell something. You're selling your time to your employer, aren't you? Why don't you go work for your employer for free? You dirty, greedy savage. That's what people don't realize. We all sell something. We're all business owners. What is the product that we sell? You sell your time. That is why kids, if we have any kids listening, make it your goal to make your time worth as much as possible so that you can sell it for more. That's why go out there, get a skill that increases the value of your time. If all your skill level ends at is flipping burgers, then you know what? You're not going to be able to sell your time for very much if your only skill is to be able to flip a burger. So sorry, I hate to break to everybody, but you all, like it or not, are CEOs. You like it or not, are business owners. Your product is your time. Because that's all the job market is, right? It's somebody trying to buy your time. They're going to tell you when you got to work. They're buying your time. So make sure you can sell that time for as much as possible. You can control volatility. I'm having trouble finding volatility later in the day. Do you find the lot volatility you do have bigger? Yeah, if you want more volatility, just increase your position size, which is what Kyle just said. Yeah, that's the nice thing about futures too, is not only the movement, but your ability to control it. Now you may be saying, well, wait a second, Clay. I can control movement in stocks. I'll just buy more shares. Yeah, but that requires more money out of your pocket. Not so with Pam's Plant and the prop firm. Because with the prop firm, it only costs you, in this situation, $102. Yet you could start at 1 micro and you could go all the way up to 60. So you could build your position. But is that actually requiring any more cash out of your pocket? No. It's just $102. But if you want to do that with like options contracts, well, sure, you can increase your position size, but you got to spend more money out of your pocket. Not here. $102 is $102. One of those built-in things. And like I said, it's movement, but also your ability to control it via position size. But the key thing there is that it doesn't cost you any more money to add position size. Well, I'm glad I stopped out where I did because this thing is now... it's actually pushed. Uh-oh, there it is. Look at that. Also on the 5-minute, breaking down through that 21 EMA. Is it the bond auction? I'm going to take a little riskier trade here, but I got plenty of wiggle room on the day. So I'm in long. There we go. Out there for a little scalpy scalp. I think I was up like, I don't know, $8 or something. So, well, sometimes hindsight makes you look smart. In this situation, I look like a doofus. Why did I choose to scalp? Good old hindsight confirmation bias. Marco P. It's basically don't eat out for a week and use the money to focus on your future. That's it. It could be as simple as that. Yeah, that's one way you could look at it, Marco. Yep. The key thing is also futures day trading is, day trading is very difficult. It doesn't matter what you're trading. Trading is hard. But I would also contest that prop firms give you more chances to figure out something very hard. Because with futures, if you're trying to hit a golf ball straight, the logic, in my opinion, is the more golf balls you have to hit, the better. Again, there's still no guarantees, but the better the odds are that you can figure out how to hit a golf ball straight. But in futures, if you use your own money and you got $5,000, I'm not exaggerating, $5,000 could be gone in the blink of an eye. Could be gone in the course of a few trades. But within the world, so in other words, maybe you get like 5 golf balls to hit to figure out something that's very hard. But with prop firms, that $5,000, you're going to get way, way, way more than 5 golf balls. You're agreeing. Yeah. Sorry if it can't. I'm not sure. I thought you were disagreeing, but anyways. Well, 5 minutes looking pretty spicy all of a sudden. Look at that big old hammer. I might have to get another go on the breakout up here. Is this finally going to be the breakout, or am I about to get suckered in again? I guess I can do a breakout or get out. So buy here. What would my stop be? So 62, about a 7-point stop. Yeah, I got to give it a try, especially after that candle. All right, we'll buy at the green line. Stop will be a little bit down here. So breakout or get out. So I'm looking to buy at the green line. Maybe I'm the fool that is once again going to get smacked right back down by this very, very stubborn pivot point, but we'll see. Facts. Just as you explained theta 2. New to all this. There you go. Well, yeah, it's facts. It's just math, Joe Gam. Exactly. That's why I like Pam's Plant. It's all based in math. Just like that whole theta thing. It's all just math. It's hard to disagree with math when it's just kind of staring you in the face. All right, here we go. Come on. I'm either really stupid or a genius for trying to buy this breakout again. But in my defense, I'm doing it very, very, I'm not like loading up like 15 NQs or something. All right, brother. Is this the time? Again, there's no better Hollywood movie than this stuff right now. I mean, the anticipation is killing me. Where's the popcorn? Is it going to break that level? And if so, if it does break, is it going to get continuation? There is no better Hollywood movie out there than what we are witnessing right now. Come on, brother. Okay. I'm going to lock in my stop is if I get filled. As soon as I get filled, I'm clicking that to get my stop in place. Yeah, it would be nice if it comes down here and then goes back up. Yeah, I like that little action right here. Even if it wanted to come down a little bit more, that'd be great. Yep. Oh, beautiful. All right, now I'll go back up. Come on, brother. Again, I'm buying at the green line. Going to throw in my stop right there. Breakout or get out. Breakout or get out. Well, as of now, it's seemingly just getting rejected right. I might try a long down here, though, too. I could see that. Getting long and then just put a stop down below that level. Chop City. Ah, good try, G. Brooks. It happens. It happens. No shame there. I'm glad you had to stop. I'm glad you're managing risk. Well. Now it goes down. All right, let's try this now instead. I'll buy there. Stop right there. Well, I suppose if it comes back up, I can still, I don't know. Now it's pulled back a little bit more. I like the tighter risk profile because I liked how I could have my stop right below the purple line. But now my stop has got to be all the way down there. Maybe a nitpick on my part. We'll see. We'll see. Hey, if you're enjoying this drama, hit that like button. We are very close to 200 likes, which is the goal. If we can get to 200 likes in the next 15 minutes, then the party will for sure go on. We'll keep the live stream going beyond the 3-hour mark. So if you're entertained, if you're finding value, if you want to contribute to keeping the live stream going, make sure you hit that like button. You're going to disagree, buddy, but you really need to start using the 1 minute for your style of trading. I like the 2 minute, but yeah, I've used the 1 minute before quite a bit, especially on stocks. But in futures, I don't know. I feel better with the 2 minute. All right. Okay, is it now gonna add a? So we'll cancel that trade plan. Maybe we'll try again up here. You're getting long at 260. Ooh, he's gonna try to anticipate it. Like I said, this is either the dumbest thing or the smartest thing to try to give this pivot point again. But surely the price has got to push up to this pivot point at some point, right? Because guarantees exist. I think that's how the market works, isn't it? There are for sure's in the market, like guarantees. In this situation, the guarantee is the price, without doubt, has got to push up through there. Like, there's no questions about it. I'm pretty sure that's how trading works. Kyle, I don't really think that I don't think you need my answer there. You're the dude that just passed your prop firm on your first try. I would say do what you're doing. 20-point stop. It is. Will happen. All right, yeah. That's exactly. Things for sure happen because guarantees exist. Exactly. But I mean, seriously, at this point, you've got to think that if the price can push up through this general area right here, there's got to be so many shorts with their stop losses right up around this area. So you think, I mean, so in this situation, you almost have to anticipate it. Because I could see a spike happening and then you get a really bad slippage and fill. Yeah, yeah, Wormer, the 1 minute is informative, but the 1 minute can also get you absolutely chopped to pieces because it's absolutely spastastic. It's funny, though. So we have a couple traders that do very well. They use the 15-second chart. 15-second chart. I once pulled that up. I almost had a spaz attack. Market guaranteed to go against my position. That's... But no, Michelle, who is actually, I referred to her earlier. She went on with her prop firm profits. She's a member of my mentorship, but I mean, she did. It might have been more, but at minimum, like a 15-day European vacation, all from prop firm profits. And I'm pretty sure her main time frame is the 15-second. I just passed 50K in TPT. How many days does it take to move to pro? Well, have you done at least 5 days? First off, congrats. That's great. But what day is it within your journey on this account? What day number are you on? Man, just the way it's consolidating right here. Day 3. Well, then you still have 2 more days that you have to do 2 more flip trades. And then on day numbers, assume, just do 2 flip trades. So you can log in days 4 and 5, and then day 6, you'll have your pro account. All right, still waiting to see if it wants to push up through. I mean, it's just, you got to try it. You got to try it. Odds seem to be that it's not going to push through there, but if it does, you got to think that it spikes. In fact, let me throw out one up here just in case there's a big spike. Is this finally it? Or is this going to spike up, fill me, and then snap right back down? We'll see. Well, as of now, look at that. Right off of that brown dotted line again. You be patient, Wormer. I'm good, man. I'm good. I appreciate it. I'm good. Very nice. I was using your code with it, though. Well, thank you. I appreciate you using your code. No, it's no wonder why you passed, because you use code Clay. That's how the code works. Code Clay guarantees you pass. That is not a true statement for all legal purposes. I am just joking for all legal purposes. Once again, just smacked right back down off of that area. This is crazy. Is it going to break? Again, here's what we're looking at in the 5-minute. Just this, tight little formation here. 21 EMA right there. What we're watching it on here is the 2-minute time frame, though. There are hopefully stops above. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That's what I think it's a very reasonable thought on our part, Dice, that there are short stop losses hiding up above this area. I don't know, do we have a news release come in or something? Or like any sort of market news that might... Come on, hey, Trump, can you tweet something that the market likes so it goes up? That's what we need. We need a Trump tweet. Okay, here we go. Green line is my entry. Once again, right off of that brown line. Goodness. That brown line, again, the pivot point is stubborn. I'm telling you, give me a better Hollywood movie that has more suspense than this. I mean, this is good stuff. All right, here we go. We're going to make another try. Let's see. Come on. Can it finally do it? Next attempt is the one. All right. All right, Matt. Matt said the next attempt is the one. So therefore, I guess everybody get ready to go. If you're getting ready to go long, Matt said it's coming. So pull up Zillow, find a nice Malibu mansion. You're gonna be buying one in the next 10 minutes. That's what Matt said. Okay, I am so close to getting filled in the... I'm still not filled. Okay, I'm in. Come on. Let's see some follow through now. Hey, Clay, why do you stay away? I don't know. I think the NQ moves a lot better than the YM. And zero. Zero immediate follow through. I'll still give it a chance. Try to be patient with it. This pivot point is the bane of all long-sided traders' existence right now. This pivot point. Breakout almost always fell at first. Okay. We'll see if this one wants to try to curl back up. I don't do breakouts anymore because of... Okay, well, hey, it sounds like you got a strategy that's working for you, ALX. So I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear that you found something that you're finding some success with. And it doesn't seem to be breakouts. No problem. Hey, what Wormer? Are you even trading, or are you just like commenting? Are you a Mikey right now? Are you? Do you have skin in the game, or are you just commenting? What is the context of all these thoughts on all these claims? No, Wormer. I'm on the yeah, and you have trades on, like you're actually trading. Okay, good, fair enough. Good to know that you have some skin in the game, and you're not just armchair quarterback and stuff. Again, I am long at that blinking blue line, trying to play a breakout here, seeing if it wants to break out. As of now, it doesn't necessarily seem like it wants to break out. But trying to be patient, trying to give it a chance. Uh-oh, Notar just got into a short. All right, brother. Well, we'll see what happens. No, I was not asking you. I was asking Wormer. I don't know what your name is. Is it supposed to be Alex and you just forgot to type the E? Or is it supposed to be AIX? I don't know what those letters are. But no, I was talking to Wormer. Andrew just went in full size short. All right, Andrew. Looking like you chose right. No, looking like no tar. I don't blame anybody for getting short at that point. I bailed. I'm going to try to be a little bit more patient. But if it comes down very much more, I'm going to have to say see you later. What a frustrating area. Man, those areas are really the worst during the day. Okay, I added 3 more. I have my stop location now right there. So yeah, let's see if this thing wants to... blue line is my entry point, or my average price now. So let's see if it wants to push up through that blue line and then get up above the pivot point again. Okay, I'm down to 2 contract size now. And we'll go with 1 more just because I have no idea if this thing's really going to break out or not. But I'll keep my target up there in case it spikes, but I'll put my stop, and we'll see. Thank you, AIX, for the thoughts. You can always tell people that don't know what they're doing, because like somebody, like a trade doesn't quite work out, and they're like, well, you should just do this and this, like, or maybe just accept that not every strategy is going to work every single time. Right? You can always tell who. So here's how you can tell, coming from somebody that's worked with traders since basically even sooner than 2013. You can always tell who the people are, that this is their thought process. Let me just get out with this so I can talk. There we go. Because a lot of people, they look at a losing trade and they automatically default, I did something wrong. Now, it is very possible you did something wrong, but it is also possible that, you know what? There's no such thing as a holy grail. There's no such thing as a 100% win rate strategy. But what people do that are new, they take a losing trade, they don't get the ideal entry, and they're like, well, therefore I did something wrong, therefore let me add in a rule. So they look back and they hindsight critique. They're like, oh, that's what I did wrong. Okay, so let's make a rule about that. And then they go, and then they have another losing trade. Their mind defaults to, oh, I did something wrong. Okay, let me figure out oh, that's what I did wrong. All right, let's add in another rule. So now there's 2 more rules. Another trade. Oh, losing trade, therefore I did something wrong. Okay, let's go. What did I do wrong? Oh, that's what I did wrong. You know, they're using hindsight. Okay, let's add in another rule. Now they got 3 rules. Before they know it, because of this logic, they have 4,000 rules and they're able to make 1 trade per 10 years, right? Once you have a strategy, you've got to understand that just because it doesn't go perfectly well or just because it's a losing trade does not mean you did anything wrong. It just means that no strategy is perfect and it is what it is. So that's where the veterans take the loss, they move on, they keep moving. But it's well, you should have done this, you could have done that, you might want to start doing this. Or maybe just understand that in this particular situation, yeah, buying right there, it didn't quite work out. But those same people, had that bought and exploded, they would not have been telling me, well, Clay, you should have waited for it to pull back. They would have been saying, man, that was a good trade, right? Because hindsight confirmation bias. Yes, it's very easy to say, I should not have bought the breakout. I should have waited for a pullback and then bought. Yeah, well, no kidding. But had that, again, my question to anybody that was thinking that is, but had the price broken up, would you have been sitting here saying, Clay, that was a bad trade, you should have waited for a pullback? I have a sneaky suspicion you would not have said that, because hindsight confirmation bias, you know that, well, there never was a pullback. It just broke out and kept moving, right? So the sooner you realize that, oh, that wasn't the ideal entry, oh, that was a losing trade, but this is why trading is hard, because there is still the possibility that you are doing something wrong. But there's also the possibility that, no, you have a quality strategy. You have a quality understanding and approach. But no approach is 100% win rate. Sorry, man, just see more of it. Don't apologize. If you see something different than I do, no need to apologize, Andrew. I made money on that from the long side. Hopefully you can make money on it from the short side. But never. If you were thinking for yourself and you disagree with me, don't apologize for that. I commend that. I commend you thinking for yourself. Fantastic. Don't apologize. So, in other words, Andrew, apology rejected. Are there algos trading futures like with? Who cares if there's algos? I'm not going to go on my. I don't have the brain power to start ranting and raving about algos and how it's all irrelevant. Hey, can we get 9 more likes? Can we push this over 200 likes for one? Can we just get that next hurdle out of the way? That'd be fantastic. It's hard to trade this afternoon, just back and forth. Yeah, it's just a chop fest. Again, I know the range traders are like, but this is the great action. And you're right. As a range trader, goodness. I know the range traders in my community, they were making all sorts of money. Because, man, the trade has just been short at the brown line. Short at the brown line. Short at the brown line. Maybe one day I'll be smart enough to short at the brown line. Random question, but what software are you using to draw on your screen? Screen, marker, and recorder. Well, this is why, Wormer, I say this with all due respect, but I got my strategy, brother. I got my strategy. Maybe you don't agree with everything that I'm approaching, and that's fine. We can agree to disagree. I appreciate you looking out for me, but I am good, man. I am good. I do appreciate it, though. It's very kind of you to be pointing all this stuff out to me, but I am, you know, I'm good. I'm good. Thank you, though. What do you think about buying at those moving averages there? Well, I don't know your strategy. So I don't know. Does it make sense within your strategy? If you have a good risk profile relative to your reward, then yeah, I'd say go for it. But investing for a living, I don't know. I think that you should follow your strategy. That's what I think. And if your strategy says that buying at those moving averages gives you an edge, gives you a good risk versus reward profile, then go for it. Go Power Rangers, you mighty morphin Power Rangers. What is the brown line? Pivot point. Me too. Short at the bottom line someday. Yeah, someday maybe me and Dice will be smart enough to just short at that brown line. But apparently today is not that day. Today is not that day. Maybe one day I'll get smart, but I guess it's not today though. Like, this is, again, I think I got to try this long again. Look at it. Bouncing again right off the 21. One of these times, it's got to explode, right? Or should I be shorting right here again? Watch this. Watch me go short, and then I get stopped out. So I'll do it just for fun. Let's do 1 MNQ. Okay, I'm getting short. Stop right here. Okay, here we go. The one time I finally go short at the brown line. Is it going to roll back over like it's done a million other times? Okay, so all for you range traders are like, dude, just trade the range. Fair point. I am officially trading the range. So here we go. I'm trading the range. Going to all-time high. Okay, ABK. So are you in? Where's your stop loss at, ABK? Okay, Andrew, I shorted it. Took your word. No, I know you're not telling me what to do, Wormer. I'm just telling you that, like, you're pointing things out, which is cool. Like, I don't mind you doing that, but if you're doing it only for my sake, if you're doing it for your sake and for others in the chat box's sake, fantastic. I appreciate it. I really do. I'm just letting you know that I'm set in kind of what I'm looking at. Stop 63.30. All right. I like the SMH strategy. I don't know what I'm not sure I've heard of an SMH strategy. Yep. Exactly, Loyal Wiz. The fact that I'm shorting the range means this thing's about to break out. Huh? I kind of want to get stopped out just for the comedy value, for the entertainment value. Just to show that it's very easy to just tell somebody, dude, just short the range. Okay, I shorted it, and now I'm about to get stopped out. And I just got stopped out. What do you want me to do? I just shorted the range. Andrew. Thanks, Clay. I went long when you went short. I hope this thing just dumps. Now I hope it dumps. So all of you that are like, ha, ha, ha. I'm kidding. Well, I think, I don't know what, I'm not rooting in any way. I'm Switzerland mode because I think we have people here that are short and people here that are long. So I'm not going to root for or against anybody. The brown line is just based on the defaults that come with the platform. Hey, Clay, I've been watching you since about 2009. Wow, you are old. Way back in the penny stock days. Yes, like I said, you are old. Great content. My guess is investing for a living is currently yelling at kids to get off his lawn. That is my guess. Because as soon as this live stream wraps, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go out to the neighborhood and yell at everybody to get off my lawn. Figures. Unbelievable. You can't make this stuff up sometimes. You cannot make this stuff up. I finally did go short. I mean, think about all the times that short would have worked. Let's count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Well, we won't even count those ones. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. So 19 times it worked. And then I took it right, because I don't think none of these ones would have worked. So, it worked 19 times before, but I guess, wait, did we just discover the Holy Grail? I think we did. The 20th time. You buy the breakout the 20th time. I think we literally just discovered the Holy Grail of trading. We figured out the AI and the algorithms and the market makers and the, whatever else magical, mystical creatures you think is, we just figured it out. The 20th time. We just discovered the Holy Grail. The 20th time is when you buy the breakout. That's it. And it's only taken me a little over, almost 2 decades to figure it out. That's it. The 20th time is when you buy it. Oh, that's what I've been missing. What do you mean if you still have an account after 20 tries? You don't do 20 tries. You wait for the 20th. That's what we just discovered, Wormer. Or on the flip side, you short 19 times. That's what it is. So you short 19 times, but on the 20th you buy. Oh my god. What? I'm trying to figure out, do I want 3 or 4 mansions in Paris? Or do I want 3 or 4 mansions in London on top of my I don't know. Why not just do both? I'm going to make so much money. We just discovered it. Unbelievable. Man. Short the first 19 times. 20th go long. There we go. There we go. And you all seem like a good group of people. It's been enjoyable to discover the Holy Grail of trading with a good quality group of people. Now, to bring things back to seriousness, this is also why don't get stubborn, right? Because people that went short, like where I did, and then got stubborn and are maybe adding more and more, things are getting a little sketchy for them, especially if it breaks that white line. That white line is the high of the day. So if you're not familiar with my platform, the price can never go up above the white line because that is just showing the high. So the white line will get shoved upwards. But the point is to try to bring this back to more of an educational example. This is the importance of stop losses. That was actually very frustrating and embarrassing, and just to think that the time I finally go short is the time the breakout finally happens. When I was trying to play the breakout all these times. Whoa. That just snapped up there, didn't it? Yeah, we just discovered the Holy Grail, Travis. Sorry. Let me summarize it. Short 19, long 20th. That's it. Short 19, long 20th. That's the Holy Grail. If you just got logged on, you have no idea what I mean by short 19, long the 30th. But that's what it is. Now, back to being a serious, is it a buy now at the brown line? Is this going to be just the classic former resistance now turns into support? I might give that a try because I could have put a stop loss. I don't know. Stop loss a little squirrely. Your dad is James Bond. ES is putting in a new high day. Ooh, ES is it? Did it? No. According to this, ES did not put a new high day. Unless Tradovate's off. Because the high of the day is that white line. But I don't know. Maybe Tradovate and my ES is off. I'm not sure. But mine is showing it is not. Don't be embarrassed. Appreciate that. Yeah, it's a little embarrassing, but at the same time, it really just goes to show that, that was a good example of, dude, just short the top of the range. Okay, fine. I shorted the top of the range, and then you lose. It just happens. Trading is just tricky like that sometimes. It literally would have worked the 19 times before, but then you do it. But I also just kind of want to laugh about it, because those are moments that can also send you on tilt. But, I played it with one MNQ. More so to just see what happens. And to be fair to the people that were like, Clay, you did actually have an opportunity. You could have scalped out for green. That is true. Had I chosen to scalp out, it would have been a green trade. To be fair to the range traders. But I was looking for a little bit more of a move downwards. Do you remember Investors Hub? Of course. Yeah, I still post messages on Investors Hub. At least I post links to the live stream. Like I am not active there. I'll still post links to like videos I do on Investors Hub. Fun fact, were you aware of a lot of the traders thought that once you did a chart on a penny stock, it seemed to always dump? We blamed it. Oh, you were one of the people that blamed it on me, huh? Yes, no. Those still exist, by the way, on StockTwits. StockTwits is still rife with those conspiracy theories that if I do a video, it's going down. Which was always, it was never a win-win. If it went down, it was my fault. But if it went up, people would always, no, you didn't do that. Because that was always my counter was, okay, you claim that if I do a video and the price goes down the next day, it's because of me. But there are those that go up. So is it also my credit where it goes up? And people are like, well, no. It wasn't. You don't get credit if it goes up. We're only blaming you if it goes down. But we're not going to blame you if it goes up. So it's always a little bit of self-serving logic. You play poker. I do not play poker. No. What's up, everyone? I just play Uno. I play Uno with my kids. My kids are savages. I have learned a lot since then. Good. I'm glad. Given that you said that was 2009, that's only been like 16 years. So I'm glad you've learned. But that's funny. All water in the bridge. You used to blame me 19 years ago. That's okay. That's okay. We're friends now. Full circle moment. Shorted for 25-point loss. Minimal size, but painful. Yeah, Lance, okay, we're actually down to the... I'm going to try this just because... Let's see if this thing wants to give me some sort of hammer. I'd like to see it come down to the purple line and then maybe act like it wants to be strong. Yeah, pennies have been... Okay, long. I didn't really wait for confirmation, which may be shame on me, but we'll see what happens. I really should have and wanted to wait to see if this even turned out to be a hammer candle and then look to get in. But we'll see. It's still not like it was like some sort of like degenerate, but probably should have been a little bit more picky on it. I can't believe, yeah. Poor shorts. They get out and then this happens. That's got to be frustrating. I might add in one more. It'd be a bigger loss though. That's right. I still got plenty of green on this account. Definitely. So really I'm betting, is this thing going to really give up all these gains? Like, is it going to come down to these levels and then even break through those? Is that how much of a pullback this actually is? I mean, I guess maybe. Although, once again, on the 5-minute, as of right now, it is holding. Look on the 5-minute. It's holding that green line, the 21 EMA. I don't know. Should I? I got wiggle room. Like I said, I'm plenty of green on the day. So it's not like I'm not at risk of giving up my entire day's green. Let's do this. If it wants to come back up, whoop. All right. I'll add 5 more at that green line. But see if it wants to get a bounce. But if it heads down too much further, I'm going to have to call it good. Yeah, I gotta just hop out. All right, well, what a just total pullback. Hey, SM. Afternoon, Clay. So after passing the 50Ks this week, I forgot I needed to wait 5 days before going pro. Oh, okay. All right. I was like, no, you don't need to wait 5 days after you pass. But you're just saying you still got to get your 5 days. Okay. Good job. Yes. Well done on the flip trades. Good job on passing. Well, that was wild. I mean, in my opinion, I don't think I was that crazy to think that this thing broke out, would want to come back down, and then maybe continue on up. But yeah, I was wrong on that. Goodness. What a savage move. Again, this move knocked out probably the vast majority of shorts. So shorts getting knocked out and then it goes in their favor. Man, the market is a cruel place at times. It is a cruel place at times. Holy smokes. Lance, careful, my friend. I think Lance might be on tilt watch now. Myself included. I'm a little, as I sit here and look, I'm a little irritated. I'm a little irritated right now, so I better be careful. I'm still plenty green on this account. Yes, it's never fun when this used to be a nice solid green number and now it's red. That's not fun, and it's not fun, but what would be way, way, way more not fun is if somehow that goes to the red number or somehow this number all of a sudden is bigger than that number. That would definitely not be fun at all. So I need to just, I need to put my, yeah, I'm doing it. So everybody, I don't want to be a liar. This is also the nice thing about the live stream. I am putting myself in timeout for the next 15 minutes. So it is 2:08. So next 15 minutes starting now, I cannot trade. I need to cool off a little bit. I'm in timeout. So if I trade in the next 15 minutes, I want you all to type liar, liar. You're a liar. I don't want to be a liar. So there we go. 15 minutes starting, I don't know, about 30 seconds ago. Now I'm like, I want to go long. I want to go long here. Look at the bottom of that candle. See the hammer? Watch the crosshair. I put the crosshair there, and then look where that crosshair is lining up with the 50 period. I could very well, in fact, we're going to get this mapped out. 40. Let's see what happens at 40. There we go. Not only is it the low there, but remember, this red, or in fact, let's change this to purple because that's the moving average on the 5 minute. Help us try to remember. There we go. So that purple line is, again, that 50 period. So not only is it a potential double bottom, but it's also the 50 period on the 5 minute. Let me bring it over one more time. Now, I cannot take this trade because before seeing this, I made I stated that I am in the penalty box. So I am not allowed to trade for the next, I don't know, what is it, about 14 minutes now? Because I have to cool off. That was a... I mean, there are no guarantees, but I'll be honest. Like, I thought that was a gimme. I'm like, okay, I can definitely, I thought I had all sorts of flexibility. I could for sure get some sort of scalp, but maybe even get this thing to curl back upwards because that level was so stubborn. This pivot point was so stubborn for so long. So I thought for sure it would come back down there and at least give some sort of classic resistance behaving as support, and not necessarily going back up, but even if it just went as high as right there, there's plenty of space there to work out some sort of profit, but it didn't at all. Just bleeding now. So that really goes to show that you could have a setup you absolutely love. I'm not going to call that an A+ setup. I would call that an A setup, though. That was a really textbook setup. Very stubborn area of resistance. So why not think that it'd be a stubborn area of support for at least a little bit of time? But it wasn't at all. Just down. Do you get slippage? I mean, if Trump tweets something, there could be slippage. Like I said, I would like to get long right there. I can't do it though. Can't do it. I'm in timeout. But no, if you do get slippage, it's very, very, very little slippage. Now, if Trump tweets something out of nowhere, then yeah, slippage can be more. Gotta have skin in the game. Exactly, Mikey, which is why everybody's just kind of skimming over your comments today, Mikey, because you got no skin in the game today. But yes, fully agree. Gotta have some skin in the game. The one time I got long, I got killed. Ah. Well, I think you still got a green day, but I hear you. Thanks, Quinn. Yeah. I'm not perfect at it, but I've done enough dumb things to know that it's better to put yourself in the penalty box, to put yourself in timeout, than to keep on trading when you're feeling irritated. Irritated trading, for me, is not so good. All right, well, we're basically right at that area on the 5-minute, represented by the purple line here. But I can't do it. Not allowed. Me and Lance, we're in the penalty box together. Will we bounce off your purple lines? Well, we have enough, I would say, for a scalp. Anybody that's looking to scalp, there's your scalpy scalp. Now, whether or not scalpy scalp is the right move, we'll have to see. I mean, if this thing keeps on bouncing, people that took the scalp are going to be all upset. But if this thing comes back down, the people that chose to scalp are going to be like, I'm glad I scalped. When you're irritated, the exchange fees end up costing you. Yeah, you got it. Exactly. Yeah, fees can add up quickly too, because you start to overtrade, and things just get nasty. At the end of the day, things just get nasty. There's really no better other way to put it. A scalp is never wrong, just not always optimal. I don't know. I don't know if I agree with that or not. I'll have to think through that. That's an interesting statement. So right now, the scalpers are probably feeling pretty good about themselves because they, would have bought down here in the first move and got the move back up. So that was what? Could have had about a 5-point scalp. Not bad at all. But to be fair, those that chose not to scalp, it's not like it's violated even that purple line yet. So here's what it's looking like over on the 5-minute. I think I got both in here. Yeah, so I'll map it. We'll watch on both. So right here, we were watching the price action on the 2-minute. Over here, we're watching the price action on the 5-minute. So same thing, just looking at it from two different angles. Taking profit is never wrong. Yeah, it is. 100% is. I understand the attitude, but that attitude also gives people a 90% win rate, yet they still lose money. Because they never let winners win. They never let traders work for them. And then it just takes one bad trade or one whatever, and all their gains are gone. So yes, taking profit is mathematically, it is wrong. Because if you're always taking profit way too soon, it ain't going to work out. And as of now, looking like the scalpy scalps were correct. Uh-oh. Diego, you just got liquidated? I went long on SQQ, but what a long morning. Well, I hope your long on SQQ worked out. I don't know what SQQ is doing, but hopefully it worked out for you. I would be tempted to buy, basically right now, stop down below there, but again, I'm in the penalty box. So I'll paper trade it, see if I'm on tilt or not. So again, I'm long. My stop would be like right here at that crosshair. Whoops. Come on, mouse, stay there. I'll just hold it there. There we go. There's my stop. So again, I would be long. My stop would be somewhere right around there. Okay, well, that's not good. This is not helping with my tilt. Why did I honor? I should have just become a liar. Oh, good. Yeah, well, that would have worked out very nice. But I'm in the penalty box. Who's keeping track of time? How much time do I have left in the penalty box? Anybody tracking that? What, I got about 8 minutes left, maybe? I don't know. I got 9 minutes left. All right, thanks. 9 minutes left. 6 minutes and 25 seconds. Kyle's got the stopwatch going. Well, that purple line wasn't totally clean, but as of now, Now, this is the benefit of waiting for confirmation. Like I should have done up here, like I said I wanted to do, because I never did get my final confirmation. But look at this confirmation right at the purple line. Is that a coincidence that a hammer candle showed up on the 2-minute at that purple line? Hopefully nobody's like, that's a coincidence, because I mean, I was talking about that purple line well before the price got down to that purple line for the reasons I already discussed. But yeah, sometimes when you wait for confirmation, you miss it. But I chose... So that's the thing. I never waited for confirmation, and that's what, I got in when... Oh, well. I know versus ace. I'm not going to trade. Thank you, though. Correct. Iowa is in Central Time. Yep. $124 is when I can get when I'm out. So about 6 more minutes. Okay. Forming bear flag, I think. Today's high already. I'll try to just... Yeah. I can see what you're saying with the bear flag. Something like this maybe. Is that what you're looking at, thinking bear flag? Is that what you're thinking? Bear flag right there? Some may call it a bull, or excuse me, bear pennant. Bear pennant, bear flag. But right now, that purple line holding up like a champ. It's holding up like a champ. Although, looky, classic example here on the 5-minute. So like I said, supports tend to act as resistance. What had been our support for a very long time? That 21 EMA. Look at it acting as support. Price broke below it. Now where's the price finding trouble getting back above? Look at it. It's getting rejected right at the 21 EMA. So classic support now behaving as resistance. You could throw this stuff right into a textbook. Did anybody go long at the purple line out of curiosity? Is anybody long at that purple line? Did anybody get long at the purple line? So I can trade vicariously through you. Oh, Notar is going short again. 56. Nobody got long at the purple line. Bummer. I was hoping I could, like I said, vicariously trade through a couple of you. Nobody? Man. That's brutal. Brutal. You got long there? All right, beginner trader. Good. Are you still in? I went long close to the purple line. Oh, good, good. So I can trade through a beginner trader 2 and investing for a living. Dice wants the V. There's the first part. If he wants the V, then it's gotta... He's asking for a lot. There's the V if it hops right back up there. I'd trade with the momentum. Risky if I enter now. I mean, I wouldn't blame people for going short. I mean, you could get short right around here, stop above here. You're basically just playing the bear pennant, bear flag. You know, you're just anticipating that the bear flag is going to break to the downside. Other people might want to see it break to the downside, but I don't think that's a crazy short at all. Of course, doesn't mean it's going to work out. That's why risk management matters, but I see the logic if somebody were to tell me they're getting short. Momo, as we used to say. Yeah, I respect a man that spells out an entire word. You know? Like people that say guac, we can't be friends. It's guacamole. People that say slaw, we can't be friends. It's coleslaw. I just don't be lazy. Say words. Say the words. There's no bigger pet peeve. Did anybody bring the guac? Oh my, even saying it sounds so wrong. Slaw is German for salad. Well, in America, it's called coleslaw. Like, in fact, if you're someone that says guac, go ahead, give me a G for guac, and let me just ban you right now. Because, like I said, I can't do it. We just can't be friends anymore. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Is it really 30 seconds? I think it's time to set up your next trade. I think it's time to just air my grievances about people that don't say full words. That's what I think it's time for. Hey, if you say the full word, hit the like button. If you say the full word, hit that like button. We're at 217. Let's see, do we have anybody here that is with me in Team Guacamole? Just say the whole word. Hit that like. What about Clay for Clayton? Well, I mean, my name is not Clayton. My name is Clay, so. Oh, wow, we lost a like. Savage. Savage. All right. I am free to trade? Okay, thank you. All right, apparently I'm the only one that says a full word. Gotcha. All right, back to your normally scheduled programming. Tight little range here, though. Look at this count. What? See, now I got to be careful. All right, I'm out of the penalty box. Like I envision myself as a hockey trader, the hockey player that gets out of the penalty box, and he's just like, oh, let's go. I gotta chill out. Even if I don't take another trade, that's okay. I've made many. Some good, some frustrating. Today, it's crazy though. Another learning lesson if you want like real, oh, there we go. Another learning lesson though, if you, not that you have to do this because it would be like 8 hours of your time, but just keep in mind for those of you that are on yesterday's live stream, I mean, not to pat myself on the back, but I'm going to pat myself on the back because I'm about to do the exact opposite. But like I was, like yesterday, like I had maybe 1-2 losing trades, but I was like on fire yesterday. I could do no wrong. And then we look at today, and it's like, not a terrible day. Not like I've, blown up my account or anything, but it's like, good grief. From yesterday to feeling like king of the mountain. I can tell we're approaching 4 hours. My speaking ability is dwindling quickly. What? Wow. Hey, you want to come in and pick up the rest of the time? No, it's not. They won't let me. This is the worst house because my wife can hear everything I say, including what I'm saying right now, because these walls are paper thin. So she can chime in at any point. I saw you yesterday. I chose to comment based on your yesterday. Well, thank you, Wormer. Hopefully you'll be back. Always nice to see new faces. Stop in at 233. What color line do you recommend to block market from hitting my... That's a good question. What color does the market not like? I don't know. That's a deep question. What color does the market not like? Because yes, I agree with that logic. If the market does not like that color, it's not going to go down towards it. White? I don't know. Black? Maybe. I don't know. It's a deep question. One that I'm not sure we can answer in the next several hours. That is a great question. What? Yeah, StockTwits just... Anybody here use StockTwits? Anybody here on StockTwits? Just got this. StockTwits has a warm place in my heart because that's where the conspiracy theorists are. Today we're announcing the acquisition of Thermatic, a leading AI in this major smart tools, clearer signals, and a fast-paced idea to action, all built the modern way. All right, interesting. The poor site still just is like where all the collective conspiracy theorists gather, but they're trying. No. Let's try that again. I'm going to watch that trend line right there. Yeah, it is. Yeah, StockTwits. I mean, it's not like the original Investors Hub, but StockTwits is still, like I said, that's still the place where a lot of conspiracies exist. Mental stop loss. It doesn't like any color. I don't know. I think maybe there might be special colors. We'll see. This candle is barely moving. Is there news or like what is? I mean, granted, let's see. Look at the time. Are we looking at anything? No. Next thing is at 4 o'clock. Net long-term trend. I don't know what that is. And then 6:30 Fed wall. Okay, well 6:30 is. Well, I guess if you trade at 6:30 p.m. as a F, that's actually kind of important. Just as an FYI, because usually people aren't talking at that point at that time. So if you are somebody, because as an FYI, if you don't know, futures is open 23 hours a day, 6 days a week. So if you are trading at 6:30 p.m. Eastern, there is actually something going on. So maybe that produces some good action, maybe it doesn't. But FYI with that, that's something worth at least keeping an eye on, or at least noting. It might move at 2:30, but which side? Good question. Good question. I really do like this as a short below there, but I think my vision's a little off. I think I'm still a little antsy because I'm not sure I want to be shorting right at the 50 period moving average on the 5-minute. So I'm not sure that's the most well thought out approach. But as of now, yeah, that pink line right here, it is definitely presenting some problems to the bulls. Never short for likes. I'm not sure what that means. This will go up. I am 50% sure of it. I like that. 50% sure of it. And wouldn't you know it, the 5-minute, as I look over there, I'm noticing once again our good love-hate relationship with the pivot point. Notice price fell back below and then went right back to acting as resistance right there. I don't know. Maybe I'm exaggerating, but it seems like it's been a while since we've had like an area that has been that just influential over the time span of basically an entire day. I use Squawk News for news flashes. I just use the chart. Because at the end of the day, I don't really care what the news is. Because really, I mean, think about it. You see the news, you read the headline. Does that actually tell you anything? No. Because you don't know how the market is going to react to the news. You don't know what the market thinks about the news. The only way to know how the market's reacting or what the market thinks is to just watch the chart. Why? Well, because the price is what's going to tell you what the market thinks. And what a coincidence. What does the chart tell you? What the price is doing. So that's why I don't really care. Like as a point of curiosity, it's always interesting to know what the news was. But like the chart will tell you immediately not only when the news comes out, but what the market thinks about the news. And what the market thinks about the news is by far the most important thing. Because I don't know about you, but I've read plenty of news things and I'm like, man, that's terrible news. And then I look at the price and it's like skyrocketing. Or I'm like, oh boy. That is fantastic news. And then I look at the chart and it's like going straight down. So maybe you have that skill set of being able to like know how the market's going to think of every single bit of news. But that's not my skill set. No, it's the same principle for stocks. Same principle for stocks. Like, do you really care what the news is, Matt, or do you care what the market thinks about the news? So what are your thoughts there, Matt? Do you care about what the news is, or do you care about what the market thinks about the news? This has been my worst trading day in a while. Well, yeah, good job managing risk, Lance. Good job. And I mean, question to everybody here, if you want to participate in the discussion, what ultimately matters? What the news is or what the market thinks about the news? Again, what the news is or what the market thinks about the news? Oh, yeah. How is your Lululemon doing, Kyle? Has it recovered upwards at all? Yeah. I so far, you care about what the news is? Oh, not me. I care about what the market thinks of the news. Like, it's one of my favorite games. You should do it yourself. See how good you are at it. Go through, like, during earnings season, only read the headline. Like, read the headline, such and such beats expectations. And then think, okay, when I click on the ticker symbol, am I going to see the price up or down? And it's crazy how much, like, you'll read the earnings and you're like, such and such beat expectations, this, that. And I'm like, okay, that's got to be up. And then you look and it's like a gap down or vice versa. Like, that's the best way to do it. Like, it's a fun game and it reveals to me. Okay, so there you go, Mark. I'm with you, Matt. I watch how the market and the algo respond. Yeah, so in other words, you actually care about what the market thinks of the news. So yeah, you don't actually care about what the news is. You just care about what the market is thinking about the news, which is what matters. Yeah, exactly. And that same principle goes with anything. It has nothing to do with it's stock, forex, or anything. Like, who cares what the news is? As traders, we need to be knowing. We need to be making our decisions based on what the market thinks about the news. And again, it's not our thoughts on the news, because per my point, like, I can sit there and think the news is good, but if I see the market, tanking, well, clearly I'm wrong, because the news is not good. Because look at the price action. So yeah, Matt, we are in agreement. We would both answer that. We don't care what the news is. We care about what the market thinks about the news. But yes, I do concede as just a general curiosity point. Yeah, what actually was the news? But like, that's ultimately, that's not what I care about. That's just an exterior, curiosity point of mine. How about the market dropping? Yeah, yesterday was crazy. Yeah, yesterday we called it, a Jerry Springer day. The market was all over the place. He's firing him. That's the rumor. The White House comes out, says that's correct. The rumor is true. Then Trump comes out like 10 minutes later. No, that's not true. I mean, goodness. It's too late to know what the market thinks. What? Oh, Notar, with all due respect, you're my buddy, but that makes absolutely zero sense for you. Because if you're saying that it's gone too far, so you're saying you have time to read the news, digest the news, think about the news, and then you have enough time to go out there and put together a trade plan? Well, I mean, yeah, if it moves too fast for what I'm saying, then it 100% moves too fast for what you're saying, because under your premise, you got to go read the news. You got to go understand the news. So, I mean, I don't know what you're talking about. You can't say it moves too fast from my point of view and then say, well, no, but you got to know what I care about the news is. Well, to care what it is, you got to read the thing. So if it moves too fast for not reading it, it definitely moves too fast for reading it. You understand the logic there, Notar? See you tomorrow, Wormer. The reason why I'm not shorting because it's below that trend line, even though I like the trend line, is let's look over here on the 5-minute. And yeah, it's just putzing around. I'm not looking to get short right at the 50-period moving average. That's a little too scary for me. Why aren't you going long there, Clay? Hey, that's a good question, even though I just asked myself. But surely there's one of you here. I'm like, well, I wonder why he's not going long then. Well, because this is still basically a trend line break to the downside. So it's kind of sketchy from both sides. So when it's sketchy from both sides, I choose to deploy the SOH order. So for anybody that's new around here, the SOH order is the most powerful order for us as traders. Sit on hands. Most of trading should be you doing nothing. You just waiting. You trying to find those edges. I kind of like round numbers. So do we have at least one like out there to get this up to 225 likes? We're at 224. Can we get 225? That'd be great. If we go above, I suppose that's fine. But it's driving me nuts. 224. You know, the 225s, then 250, 275, then 300. Those nice round numbers. In the pro account, how many times a day can I trade? The same as a test. There is no pattern day trading rule in futures, Johnny. So you have unlimited day trades every single day. Again, that is one of the beautiful things about futures, real quickly, and why Pam's plant, which is, if you're new, the argument of why the most efficient way to day trade is day trading futures through a prop firm. That's why it starts off right here. Pattern day trading rule, there is none. So yeah, Johnny, you have unlimited day trades every single day, which is just a great, great thing. So yes, for any stock traders or options traders that are watching this that are very, annoyed, frustrated by that pattern day trading rule, right now you could get started with Pam's plant and you could be a day trader immediately. Day trader being defined as having unlimited day trades every single day. Because with the pattern day trading rule, if you're not aware, and again, a day trade being defined as buying and selling something in the same day. So under the pattern day trading rule, though, you're only allowed to do that 3 times every 5 days. So in other words, you're not a day trader. If you can only make 3 day trades every 5 days, I'm sorry, you're just not a day trader. You're basically a swing trader that can make three day trades, every now and then. But again, that rule does not exist in futures. I have left and came back 3 times, and all the times I come back, this guy is talking about futures. Isn't that weird, Johnny? That a guy that's day trading futures is talking about futures? Mind-blowing. I know. It's shocking. I hope you're sitting down every time you came back. And you're like, wait a second, this guy day trading futures is talking about futures. What? Please don't tell me, Johnny. I hope you weren't standing, and then you fainted, and then you banged your head. Were you sitting down, John? No, I'm not talking about Johnny G. I'm talking about the Johnny right below him. I know, though. It's shocking. It is shocking. A guy that's day trading futures is talking about futures. What is the name of the trading platform? Orvin, that is a... I know. Some of you are like, oh, you're going to enter it again? It's like the 10th time. I know. Orvin, it's a... live trading and market analysis. Yeah. It's called the futures market. The futures market. So I'm analyzing the futures market. But are you not day trading? What do you day trade, Johnny? Sounds like you might be using your time very inefficiently, Johnny. Are you a day trader? If so, what do you day trade, Johnny? I think we might have to help Johnny out. I think Johnny's out there wasting his time doing something else. I think Johnny's wasting his time. I think Johnny's being inefficient. Time tomorrow. I live stream at 11 a.m. Eastern. Johnny? How am I saying Johnny? But I trade chickens for eggs when I trade. Is that like a dead cat bounce? Like dead cat bounce is like an age-old a Wall Street adage from I don't know how long ago. Is that an adage too? I trade chickens for eggs? I don't know if I've heard that one. I am new to this. Oh, yeah, I'm being patient. I'm just saying, Orvin. Sorry, Johnny distracted me, Orvin. But yes, the platform I'm using is twofold. Fold number one, I am day trading futures through a prop firm. So the link that you see at the top of the screen, that would be step one, right? So you would go here, you would select the purchasing power that you want. So for example here, 50K purchasing power for $102. Again, use code CLAY so you get that 40% off. So after you select the purchasing power though, then during the checkout process, they're going to ask you what platform do you want to use. And right here, I'm using Tradeovate. Now the key thing here is you don't have to go to Tradeovate and set up an account separately. The prop firm does all that for you, so you get to skip that very annoying step. But then the prop firm, after they set up your Tradeovate account, they'll send you the login information and then you get logged in. So it's a twofold question. What platform, what broker, what is my setup? Layer number one, prop firm. The prop firm is Take Profit Trader. Again, the link that you see at the top of the screen. Layer number two is Tradeovate is the platform. Hey, thanks, JJ. Very kind of you. Appreciate it. Why do you get on at 11? Because I have a private community that I donate or that I am focused on at that point. I am making alerts to them. I'm giving watch lists. I'm giving my thoughts to my private community. Those that cough up a little change every 3 months. Since I don't charge on a monthly basis. I do quarterly. So for $99, you get 3 months of access. So for those premium members, I want to be dedicated towards them on the open. So that is why. But fair question. So that is why at 11 a.m. Because that first 90 minutes, well, right around 90 minutes, I'm trying to bring the goods to the premium members. But yes, a more than fair question, Harlem. I don't think I recognize the name, so welcome to the stream. Good to have you. Do you know what? All right. Now I've gone into Miss Cleo mode a couple times. I want to see how well we're getting to know each other as a streamer and the chat. I want you to Miss Cleo, read my mind. What do you think is whispering in my ear right now? Let's see. I'll link this to you real quick. But yeah, it's $99 every 3 months. And then if you do a year, you technically get 3 months free. But I'll just like, there you go. You can check it out right there. It's my first time here on what do you do, Gabe, on a daily basis day trading. I'm day trading futures. Which Orvin, I said you said you're new. Do you have $25,000 and do you want to be a day? Well, I'm assuming you want to be a day trader, given you mentioned day trading. But do you have $25,000? I know that's a personal question, but it's relevant. Need to make a trade. You need to make a trade, Jacko, or I need to make it? Oh, you're trying to read my mind. Nobody said it. Nobody. That pivot point again. The pivot point. Is it finally going to actually give a legitimate breakout? Yes, I have $25,000. Okay, well then you would not have to actually worry about the pattern day trader rule. I would still encourage you to look into prop firms though, from a risk management standpoint. Futures are by far the best thing to day trade. They move the best. They have great leverage. I mean, futures are just awesome to day trade. As it was once said to me, and I've heard it many times, and it turned out to be true, if you survive long enough as a day trader, you will eventually be a day trader of futures, just because futures are the best thing. So I would still say to do futures, but I'd still highly recommend doing it through a prop firm, because $25,000 or whatever you have in the world of futures, you can lose thousands at the blink of an eye. But with a prop firm, your risk is way less, because if you blow up an account, if it's your money, well, you blow up an account means that you've lost every single penny that you put in that account. Blowing up your account in prop firms means, worst case, you're out a couple $100. Has anyone here ever tried to trade at Trader Joe's? Yeah, it doesn't always work out too well. Oh, you're thinking of winding down stream? No. The answer to the question of read my mind was this right here. This pivot point is once again whispering into my ear. Trade me, Clay. Trade me. That was the answer. Nobody actually got it. Yeah, so the prop firm right here. So in the pro account, so after you pass the test, get in the pro, you get to keep 80% in the pro account. You get to keep 90% with a pro plus. Now, a lot of people will say, but Clay, that's why prop firms don't make any sense. Because if I trade with my own money, I get to keep 100% of the gains. That is true. But here's my question to everybody here. While it is true you get to keep 100% of the gains, you also get to keep 100% of something else. What is this something else that you also get to keep 100% of? Because it is, I understand the point. I understand the rebuttal in this situation. Yeah, but prop firm, if I don't use a prop firm, I get to keep 100% of the money I make. That is true. But also you get to keep 100% of something else. What is that something else? Yes, exactly. Your risk, your losses. If you have a bad day, if you go on tilt, if you revenge trade, if Trump tweets something and just it spikes the price severely against you, you also get to keep 100% of that. And as Kyle Mellon just said, I'd rather lose the account than my real money. Exactly. So, with that said, you can't have losses if you don't have a stop. That is true. It's impossible to lose if you don't use a stop loss. That's true. Maybe that is also the holy grail. You can't lose if you don't have a stop loss. That's a total joke, by the way, for any newer traders here. But anyways, in the world of prop firms, you know, yes, if you use your own money, you get to keep 100% of the risk. But to me, I look at it as an assurance policy. I'd rather give up 20% of the gains or 10% of the gains in order to have downside protection. Because if you have a bad day, so let's say, example, you're doing the 150K purchasing power account, and you have a bad day, so two categories. You're using your own money, and then you're in a prop firm. The bad day is you lose $4,500 for whatever reason. Well, in your account, with your money, losing $4,500 means you literally just lost $4,500 out of your wallet, out of your purse. In the prop firm world, you lose $4,500. That just means you violated the rule of the account. So a rule violation means they take the account away from you. But does that mean you lost $4,500 out of your wallet? No, it means you just lost $216 out of your wallet because that was the price of the account. So I'm only going to speak for myself, but I'd rather a bad day cost me $216 as opposed to a bad day costing me $4,500. So sure, yes, you don't get to keep all your gains, but you do get to keep all your losses. If you're using your own money, you do get to keep all of your gains, but you also get to keep all of your losses when you have a bad day. Or like I said, in this environment with Trump tweets, you get to keep all that too. So just something to keep in mind. Or just go with what Richard says. You can't have a loss if you don't use a stop loss. That's true. That's true. Oh, there it is, just pushed up through there, huh? All right. But in all seriousness, hit that like button if you are enjoying. I'd love to get this up to 250 likes. I don't know if we have enough here, but hitting the like button is a big help, and it is a good way to communicate that you are enjoying. It is not a vanity metric. Listen, I'm an engineer by degree. I haven't been in the engineering business for a long time, but I'm kind of a geek when it comes to numbers. So that is always valuable data. Oof, is that another fake breakout here? 255. Okay, I'm in, short. Let's see if this fake breakout does indeed want to keep on falling down. So I'm short at that blue line. I want to see the price now go down. Were you thinking reject pivot? Well, it broke out of here, and then with this nasty move down, I'm trying to, and all this volume, I'm trying to think, does this move here, is this going to freak people out and cause more bloodshed to come? That's kind of my thought process right now. Is this rejection, very quick rejection, going to freak people out? If it is, I'm going to get paid very nicely because this thing's going to keep on coming down. But it is once again stuck right at that level. But I'm going to give it a chance. Throw out a couple orders just in case there is a spike down. Come on, freak people out some more. Let me get that first target. Come on. Getting stuck around this area here. All right, I got to hop out. I gave it plenty of time to see the freak out, and the lack of freak out has me freaked out, so I'm out. Do you trade futures most? Well, in the private community, we have a variety of traders. The majority do trade futures, but yeah, we have people that do stocks and options and other things. Now, it still may ultimately freak out, but I was thinking the freak out needed to be happening a little quicker than what it did. So the lack of further freak out is why I bailed. Can you customize volume bars depending on volume study you use? Maybe. I don't know. Do you always keep your volume bars gray? Could they be set green and red? Maybe. I don't know. Perhaps, in theory. Gray. I don't know. It doesn't look like green. I think you can change the colors. I'm not sure if you can do it. Based on that very, very quick analysis, I think the answer is no. But as you just saw, that was a very quick analysis. Oh, by the way, nobody got ads, right? Did anybody get any ads today? The answer is hopefully no. Did anybody get any ads? And let me put it this way. You probably would need to have, anybody that's been here for like, I don't know, an hour, any ads? You got an ad, Zach? Zach, I think you might be confused, brother. Because I did shut off ads once. Are you sure it was on my live stream, Zach? Because here's why I don't, Zach, I don't mean to not believe you, but let me just explain why I'm not believing you. Or not that you're lying, that why I think maybe you are mistaken. Maybe you are on somebody else's. Because I turned ads to 0, and then you are literally the only person out of about 15 people right now that have said that you got an ad. So that's what is leading me to believe that maybe you were like on another live stream and you have it confused with mine or something. Probably on the other PC. No, I don't think it was the other. I'm thinking you were on another live stream. Travis Gumbel, brand new to futures. So going through a prop firm, how are they making money? They are taking on all the risk. Very good question. Good question. Travis is an observant person. Fantastic question. Travis is essentially saying, wait a second, this sounds a bit sketchy. So you're telling me that they're going to only require $102 and then they're going to let you go lose $2,000 of their money? How is that viable? This sounds something sketchy here. Very good observation. That is because this all is occurring in a simulator environment. Because it's just the test phase, right? The test phase is in a simulated environment. And that is how, if you go and lose $2,000, it's not like you're losing $2,000. Now, I've also had other people that have been upset. They're like, wait, what? So I pay $102, I make $3,000, and then all I get is my pro account. That's all that happens to me, is they say, hey, congrats on passing the test. Here's your pro account. That's all I get. What about that $3,000? Well, again, there was not actually $3,000 made because, again, test phase is in the simulated environment. So they make their money because if you show up and you're just a degenerate and you keep buying accounts over and over and over and over and over again, well then, yeah, that's how they're going to make their money. Does that make sense, Travis? Because that is a very good question. I appreciate that question. It shows you're very like, wait a second. How is it? This math seems a bit sketchy. And yes, back to this, my trade. That candle happened. I got short right around here thinking, I think this freak out is going to lead to more freak out. Got a little bit more freak out, but then as we saw, it was not really freaking out enough. And I was definitely right because you can see here, now it's headed back up. So, bummer. I was, kind of right because it did come down enough to at least give me a somewhat of a gain, but I was thinking a lot more because I thought this candle here would have broken the spirits of a bunch of longs that were buying, that were getting long, that were buying at that pivot point break, but it didn't. It didn't really freak anybody out. Reading rules, it seems like they copy trade. Yeah, that's another way they could make money. But then they also, once you get to the live accounts, they keep 10%. So that's another way that they make money. I don't like having another Travis in here. I guess I could call him Travis Gamble, but at some point, I got to conserve my voice as much as possible. So maybe Travis G I could call him. I don't know. I've heard that people trade 10 accounts at once. Well, yeah, that's not Take Profit Trader. Take Profit Trader, you can have up to 5 accounts. Yeah, once you pass the test, it's the same exact thing. Nothing changes in terms of how it works. It's just now you're eligible to start to actually, in prop firm lingo, get payouts. Getting payouts is where you're making money and now you're requesting that money be sent to your bank account, which again is not the case in the test. The test is just to prove yourself as a trader. So, I mean, Take Profit Trader does a good example of just kind of expressing it right here. How it works, you know. You select your account size, prove that you can trade. Again, you prove by passing that test, show that you can make a certain amount without losing a certain amount, which is great. They're going to force you to focus on risk management, and that's the key. Start earning money, withdraw that money, and then you can, upgrade to the Pro Plus. But so that's how it works. Is you first got to prove yourself. Then in the next phase, once you make money, you get to keep that money. And then as far as copy trading is concerned, the way copy trading works, and this is one of the parts of Pam's plant, I like to call it nuclear explosion growth copy trading. So with Take Profit Trader, you can have 5 accounts. So you could have 5 total accounts, and then you could copy. Meaning, let's just say on account number 1, you go take a trade and you make $100. But let's say you copied this to your 4 other accounts. So in other words, you copied that $100. So sure, you only made that trade one time for $100. But if you copied it to your 4 other accounts, well, now all of a sudden, that one trade happened 5 times. So you actually made $500, right? $100 per account times 5 accounts. There you go, $500. So you can see how the growth can really take off. Now, of course, you got to be very careful because if that one trade you start to revenge trade, you start to break rules, you have bad behavior, well, you're copying all those decisions onto those 4 other accounts. So you got to be very careful with it, but that is what copy trading is, and that's where things can really, really escalate quickly in your favor. Again, you got to be careful, and you got to realize that it's a two-sided coin, but yeah, there's a whole lot of potential there. So once you pass a test and your account becomes active, do I need to fund that account? No. That's the beautiful thing, Travis. Your risk the entire time, your risk quite literally the entire time is whatever you bought the account for. Now this assumes you pass within a month. Because during the test phase, so let's just say you did the 100K purchasing power, assuming you pass within a month, which I encourage everybody to do, that way you don't get hit with this fee again. And it's because futures move very quickly. Passing within a month, I'm not saying is easy, but it's reasonable. So assuming you pass in a month, this goes to the pro account. This no longer, this is not a monthly fee anymore. The pro account, there are no monthly fees. So quite literally, your entire risk the entire time is $198. Because if you go to the pro, now if in the pro account you go and you lose $3,000, okay, well, they take the account away from you. But again, that's still just $198. So that's what I mean by the power of Pam's plant and this right here is the added risk control. You protect your own money. How do you protect your own money? Because you put very little of your money at risk in the first place. Because your only money at risk is simply whatever you paid for the account. Because the consequence for you of breaking the rules is they say, all right, you broke the rules, no more account for you. But okay, well that just means, and you can always buy the account back for $100 too, which is also the nice thing. Let me bring that back up because this is something that gets in. So let's just say you're on the 100K and you blow an account. And blowing accounts happen, right? It's part of prop firm trading. It doesn't mean you're bad. Everybody blows accounts. But the nice thing here is that, blowing an account, if it's your real money, could be $3,000 out of your own wallet. But a blown account in prop firm world, okay, you're out 198. But the nice thing is, if you want to try again, or as Take Profit Trader calls it, if you want to reset your account, well, you can reset it for $100. So you don't even need to do the 198 again. The next try would just be the $100. So, it just, like I said, from a risk reward scenario, I mean, your entire risk the entire time is literally just what you bought the account for. And we've had many, I can't remember, Nathan, who he's a regular around here, very good trader. I can't remember it now. I think he spent $130 on his account, and then he got 9,000 in payouts. And then he did break rules, so those accounts all did disappear. But he got 9,000 paid to him before those accounts were taken away from him. So his risk the entire time was $130, but he got $9,000 in payouts. Think about how crazy that return on investment is. Like, that's wild. But that is why it's, again, there's no guarantee that you're going to make, Pam's plant is going to make you a profitable trader. But the risk reward, it's very solid. But no, so in other words, Travis Gamble, you do not need to fund anything. The only money that you ever have at risk is whatever you purchase the account for. Does that make sense, Travis Gamble? Good question. Oh, wow, what a move here. What time is it? What a move here. All right. I almost kind of want to just... There is the move. Yeah, no, I got it. Be careful. Oh, no. Cooked like your account is blown, or just cooked like you took a loss? Yes, that is true. If you do not use code CLAY, then there is an activation fee. That is true. So make sure you use code CLAY. Code CLAY is ensuring that there's no activation fee. Actually, good point there, Red Tiger. Lost 250. All right, well, at least you didn't lose your account or anything. And then just as far as the prop firms, to finish that up, if you are in the category of a beginner, intermediate, or advanced prop firm trader, then I say you definitely should either start with, if you're a beginner, Take Profit Trader, or at least try Take Profit Trader, because for intermediate or advanced, those day one or those, pro daily payouts are very nice. Every prop firm trader that I know that, has like, oh, let me give Take Profit Trader a try. Once they get to the pro account, they're like, whoa, I can request money every single day. Yes, you can. It almost feels scam-like. But yeah, you can. But if you are already, maybe you've been using Take Profit Trader, so you started as a beginner, and now you want to expand outwards, then you can also move into Apex Trading. They have, they're kind of the king of the mountain, but I would not call them beginner-friendly at all. And then if you want to help support the stream, support the channel, use code CLAY. That will give you the discounts. Like I said, on Take Profit Trader, you got to use code CLAY to get that 40% off, and then the $0 activation fee. But that is a way to help support the stream. And as I always say, as much as I do enjoy doing this, it does need to be worth my time. If I'm going to spend, I have a family, 6 kids, believe it or not, 6 kids. My wife, if I'm going to pull myself away from 4 hours, there does need to be that business component of, well, Clay, is that worth your time? Is it actually worth it to? And so yes, unfortunately, I can't sit here and say that I'm a sweet little angel. And no, there's got to be that business component. It definitely does need to still be worth my time. So if you want to support the live stream, and the best way to do that is to make it worth my time, because if it's worth my time, then of course I'll keep doing it, because I already enjoy it, but it does still need to be worth my time, because I can't be sitting here doing an empty hobby that's not worth anything just because I enjoy it. I am still responsible as a businessman, as a husband, as a father, you get it, all that sort of stuff. So if you want to help make it worth my time, using code CLAY at either of those prop firms does exactly that, and the party will continue. But that is all. And then one final thing is I am offering this free class tonight. So if you want to check it out, I'll throw the link right here. I signed up yesterday. I couldn't select Tradeovate, only Ninja. Yeah, I'm not sure why that was the case. So free webinar right there. Yeah, feed the kids. Use code CLAY, feeds my family. So you are pro, or you are anti-child starvation if you use code CLAY, because it will go to help feed my kids. But so yeah, check it out. And then use code CLAY, like I said. Now, if there's another live streamer and you want to support them, that's totally cool. Go support them. But yes, if you are a free agent in terms of who you want to support and you enjoyed this, then yes, code CLAY does go a long way. So I'm going to go ahead and call it good. Fantastic live stream. On your way out, if you don't mind hitting that like button if you have not yet, that helps out. And again, make sure you subscribe, turn on notifications so that you are made aware of when I do go live. Sometimes I show up kind of random, but I will be back for sure tomorrow at the latest at 11 a.m. Eastern time. So thank you everybody for being here. I'll see you all tomorrow. But yeah, fun session today. And everybody take care and have a good one.